never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Another hour underway. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Listeners, all those cartoon characters out there, be on your best behavior because the boss is in the house. I'd like to welcome a special guest of the program. Mark Blackman joins us with Gold Eagle. And, of course, we're going to talk a bit about Gold Eagle and Lubrication Specialties, a.k.a. Hot Shot Secret, coming together. Two great American companies joining together. First of all, good morning, Mark. Maybe tell me and the listeners what you do and who you are at Gold Eagle.
Good morning, Steve. It's a pleasure to be here, and good morning to all our great listeners. My name's Mark Blackman. I am the CEO, Chief Executive Officer of Gold Eagle. And we are delighted to be a part of and to have merged with Hot Shot Secret, and LSI. So I get to lead this entire project, and I'm very honored to do that.
So a little bit about when did you start with Gold Eagle? How long you been with them?
So it's an interesting story. I started off in the wine business. And so graduating the fantastic and wonderful University of Arizona, I ultimately ended up in the wine business and was with the Gallo Winery for 10 years. And I was engaged when I graduated, and my fiance and I were getting married within the next year. And at graduation, my father-in-law, Bob Hirsch, who is the second generation owner of Gold Eagle, approached me and just, we had gotten to know each other and just said, go out and get a job, get some experience, but don't rule out Gold Eagle someday. And, coming from a coming from a background where my dad was a top executive at United Airlines, I had been exposed to the corporate world my whole life. And so the idea of coming into a smaller manufacturing company, I was obviously very polite, but that was not my intent long term at all. It was to climb the corporate ladder, of course, as any 22-year-old is thriving to do. And I was with Gallo for 10 years, and I believe on my way to Modesto, I had a couple more stops in front of me, which is Modesto's where Gallo's based. And but as I got a little bit older and my wife was saying, hey, I don't want to move anymore, started thinking long and hard about it. And I joined Gold Eagle in 1993. And I can't believe it's been 30 years.
You're about to celebrate a 30-year anniversary.
Fantastic ride.
Yeah, 30 years almost. Wow. So what's a typical day like for you now?
Well, as CEO, you're responsible first and foremost for the vision of the company and where it's going. And then, with your team, there's going to be challenges, with that vision. So your team will bring you in and you'll get involved in some of the hurdles, some of the challenges that any company will be a part of. And certainly in the last 3 years with the pandemic and supply chain and inflation and everything that's been coming at us, I've been a little bit more in the day-to-day than what you typically are. But really it's first of all to, work on the vision. Secondly, to help solve problems and certainly support the execution as much as possible. And then thirdly, to really be the outside face of Gold Eagle. And for the last 2 years, I've had the pleasure of being the chairman of MEMA, which is the Motor Equipment Manufacturing Association, the Vehicle Suppliers Association. Mm-hmm. And that's been a fantastic experience. And I'm proud of what we've been able to do and humbled by that opportunity.
So here we are. I mean, I've kind of lost track of time. It's been probably close to a year when this whole, maybe a little longer than a year, when word came out that there was talks of Chris Gabrelchik hooking up with someone else, and he had talked to various investment firms and opted no. He wanted to go with a family-owned business, kind of like what Gold Eagle is. He said everybody seems to be on the same page. How do you feel like things are going? What are the goals with the two companies coming together, would you say, maybe over the next maybe 5 years?
So let's talk real quick about really what the two companies believe in. And this is really the foundation of what I think brought us together. Gold Eagle has traditionally grown through acquiring companies. And not that we don't grow our own brands and what we have organically in-house, we do. But at the same time, we've much of our growth over the years has come from acquiring companies and brands. Mm-hmm. And so when we were on one of our acquisition searches, we're looking at different companies, and one of our customers brought up, because we ask our customers all the time, hey, is there someone we should be looking at? And one of our customers brought up, I think it was O'Reilly's, brought up the Hot Shot Secret brand and LSI. And so Chris and I made contact with Chris and just reached out to him and just introduced myself and we started talking and just said, hey, we don't know where this is going. We don't even know if it even makes sense to go anywhere. And this is way back in 2017.
Wow.
And we said, but let's meet, let's talk. And instantly Chris and I really connected in a very natural way. Our values are very similar. His ambition for the company and what Gold Eagle's ambition is are very similar and aligned. And then at the same time, really what the companies believe in. And, in our business, the additive business, there's a lot of people out there that just think whether you put it in your oil or you put it in fuel, that it's snake oil.
Yes, sir.
And unfortunately, many of our competitors have products that really aren't much better than snake oil. And I don't want to get into any details. I'm never going to talk bad about any specific competitor, but I can tell you that there's products out there that make claims that are just not accurate. And what you have in two companies with Gold Eagle and LSI are people that are very passionate about what their products do. And we have a philosophy at Gold Eagle, which is similar at LSI, in that we will never put anything in the bottle that doesn't meet the claims on the label. And sometimes that's a disadvantage because you're kind of fighting with one arm behind your back against some of these competitors that, claim to do everything and cure cancer at the same time. And that's just not accurate. And so what we have found at Gold Eagle with our brands is we have a tremendous amount of trust with the consumer and a belief in the brand and a belief that it does exactly what it says. And so our mantra at Gold Eagle has been driven to protect and preserve the things you love. So the things that people are very passionate about, they're not going to sit here and try to skimp and buy things that are might save them a few pennies. They're going to go with the products they believe in. And that's why that trust is so important. So come along, we meet, Chris and I get together and we start talking and exchanging philosophies. And besides just really, I think, liking each other personally, we found a real match in that, LSI has always been powered by science. And their belief is that, if they're going to come out with something, it's going to be proven scientifically. And
Yes.
they have, Hot Shot Secret is a very differentiated scientific approach to solving problems. So both companies are very focused and dedicated to differentiated products. We don't want to just have products that are the same that everybody else has on the market. We have to be dedicated to performance and delivering our promise to the consumer or whoever's buying the product.
Another
We have to be dedicated to performance and delivering our promise to the consumer or whoever's buying the product.
All right, well, things that occasionally happen. At some point, it doesn't want to play anymore. We'll have to get that fixed. Give you the rest of the interview. That was my conversation with Mark Blackman a couple of days ago. We had about nearly 20 minutes of interview yet to go, and it just won't do it. So here we are. Yes, we are live this morning. Someone just said, is this recorded? No, the interview was recorded. We will bring the rest of the story to you at a further point in time. I guess we just move forward. Welcome in, welcome aboard. My apologies. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Yeah, typical cool night in our secret bunker, Southwest Ohio. It's 26 outside the studios. So I'll tell you what, we'll jump right into it here. Not a bad night for travelers weather. Most of the country looking good. Only area we're seeing a few lingering light snow there in parts of upstate New York. Eastern half of the country, you're high and dry. Just a few snow showers there in southeast Colorado and western portions of Nebraska. Not enough to amount to anything to really slow you down. We don't have any sort of weather advisories as far as accumulating snow, things of that nature. But Monday, starting the new week, as we close out a Monday and roll into a Tuesday, it was pretty much cleanup time. Tennessee was the hardest hit, even as the storm brought tornadoes to the Tennessee Valley and heavy rains to the east. Forecasters have been focusing on a new storm that's going to be brewing over the southern states here as we head into midweek in the second half of the week. This storm's going to be putting down some snow over the southern Rockies and the high plains before turning toward the Gulf Coast states. Rain and gusty winds in the offing. It may very well bring some drought relief to New Mexico, some fresh snow for the ski resorts. It will indeed put a damper on some of the outdoor plans, from holiday activities to what may have been plans for a day at the beach in Texas all the way over to Florida. But we're going to be looking for the jet stream at making a southerly dive over the interior southwest early this week. And it's then going to carve out a storm that's going to bring in moisture from the Gulf of Mexico about midweek. Forecast is for rain developing in southern and western Texas, western Oklahoma, southwestern Kansas. Snow begins to break out over the mountains in southern Colorado and northern portions of New Mexico. Some much-needed rain falling on portions of the southern plains here, and this is going to evolve into a decent snowstorm for, they tell us, a number of mountain ranges out west. And, of course, some of the mountains in northern New Mexico and southern Colorado may be picking up 6 to 12 inches of accumulating snowfall. Ski resorts are going to be loving that between Wednesday and Thursday night. AccuWeather forecasters say snow is also going to spill into the lower elevations of the Texas and Oklahoma Panhandle regions, southwestern Kansas, central New Mexico Thursday night into Friday. Travel conditions may indeed deteriorate along that stretch of I-25 from Albuquerque to Pueblo, Colorado, between now and the end of the week. Further to the east, rain develops over southeastern Texas to much of Florida. Southerly storm in this case, between along I-10 and the Gulf Coast. Meanwhile, high pressure builds in from the Midwest to the Mid-Atlantic. That's going to bring pretty much pleasant conditions, although on the cool side, with the big dive in the jet stream. Outside of portions of Texas, any beneficial rain with this storm will not venture north of I-10 for at least the first half of next weekend. No rain or thunderstorms anticipated through Saturday over a large area that was hit by the strong storms and the tornadoes over the past week in that zone from I-20 to I-64. That's good news for Tennessee, where they are cleaning up after the storms. The consequences of high and low pressure kind of bumping heads will be, again, as the case was with last week's storm, wind. The difference in pressure will create stiff east to northeast winds, 15 to 25, gusting 30 to 40 miles per hour, likely along the Gulf Coast, especially along Florida's Atlantic coast for several days, starting Wednesday all the way into Saturday. Due to the duration of this event, water's going to pile up along the eastern-facing shoreline areas and build on into the back bays and the tidal rivers. From midweek to this weekend, those persistent winds will raise those tide levels, causing rough surf and strong rip currents. And we could see some beach erosion. Flooding during high tide might be a problem in places like Miami and other locations along the southern Atlantic coast. Seas will be rough, too rough for small craft, fishermen, recreational vessels. You don't want to be out there in those waters later this week. How long might this storm stick around? There's the potential for this Gulf rain to move on northward along the Atlantic seaboard later this weekend. We're talking days out here. Now, there's no guarantee this week's storm will make that turn northward, but eyes may turn toward a new storm for the week ahead of Christmas. A chance that storm may acquire, believe it or not, some tropical characteristics because of the time it spends over the warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico late this week. Yeah, because the storm's forecast to track so far to the south in the southern states this week, any severe weather should be limited until the storm potentially moves northward along the Atlantic coast. There's a chance of some heavy or locally severe thunderstorms stretching from parts of southern New Mexico, southern Texas, especially from Tuesday to Thursday this week. So all's quiet as we kick things off on a Tuesday morning. It is the 12th day of December. Good to have you on board. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, trust your week's off to a good start here. Made it through the greatest day of the week, right? Philly Dan is on board from the city of brotherly love. Hope you and the crew have a great day. Stay safe out there. Hello, Joe. Joseph. Morning, Steve. The Overnight Drive listeners, a chilly 32, Winchester, Virginia tonight. All right, everybody keep it shiny side up. We'll do our best. Shorty, I-95 southbound. Here we are, another week. It's Orlando turnaround number 1. Josh says hello. Hello, Pappy. 27 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. The midnight hour is upon us. Saddle up and ride through the night with the Overnight Drive radio. Hello, Mary Ann. Good morning. Good to have you on board. Saying hi to everybody. Copy the mail. There's 5-7. Good afternoon. Must be Larry. Hammer down. Be safe. Checking in from Platkill, New York. It's round number 1 to Schenectady. Buckeye Boy, Ackworth, Georgia, 30 degrees. Wow, 30 all the way down in Ackworth tonight. Got my delivery off in Huntington after a little delay and an extra stop. Had a nice trip back, though. Crazy NFL games tonight. Surprising winners. The Titans and the Giants. And welcome to Gold Eagle. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Thank you much. Bidu checks in. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Hello to Brain Dead. It's his Friday, which he always looks so forward to. Let me get this night over with, he said. That's a balmy 36 degrees at Memphis International Airport here on a Tuesday morning. I'll check in a bit later. Let's jump to some of our industry headlines. We'll go ahead and, we got the phone lines open up at 844-844-3388. Starting off with the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association and the National Propane Gas Association, asking the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration to reconsider a petition filed regarding changes to the emergency declaration rule. That's set to go into effect today, Tuesday, December 12. The FMCSA says the new rule would reduce the amount of regulatory relief granted when an emergency declaration is issued. We've talked about this for several weeks. Under the current rule, which expires today, 30 days are allotted. The new time frame granted by such emergency orders would be cut to 14 days. They had actually initially proposed a 5-day window, but later landed on the 14 days after a comment period. Last Friday, a letter to the FMCSA Administrator Robin Hutchinson, OOIDA, and the MPGA, the Propane Gas Association, cited the timing of the new rule in their request for a reconsideration, given the approaching effective date of the final rule as we head into the winter weather. The National Propane Gas Association is asking the FMCSA to adopt our petition to reconsider this final rule. The MPGA, National Propane Gas Association, is made of approximately 2,500 companies and 36 state and regional associations representing members in all 50 states. Now, this includes retail marketers of propane gas, as well as the propane producers, transporters, wholesalers, manufacturers, and distributors. They report about 75% of its members have less than 100 employees, and they're considered small businesses. Now, propane products are particularly critical during agricultural-related emergencies and in rural states. Besides the 3 executive orders over the last 2 years to waive the hours of service for haulers of propane, gas, diesel fuel, heating oil, 6 more executive orders were issued for haulers of agricultural inputs, fertilizer, milk for students, rural electric workers, haulers of hay, water, livestock. According to North Dakota's governor, we heavily depend on CDL drivers, and as a rural state, it's critical that we be able to move products and get these resources where they need them the most. Now, Governor Burgum spoke to Landline and explained that from his perspective, the need for a change, we just don't understand why they're even looking at it. Sometimes you got to ask yourself, what problem is the federal government actually trying to fix? In this case, I don't even see a problem. It certainly doesn't exist in our state. Putting some numbers to it, Burgum said that 19 of the 28 emergency waivers issued during his tenure as governor were in effect for more than 14 days. Of course, OOIDA's mission, their reason to be involved, is to promote and protect the interest of their members on any issues that might impact your economic well-being. In our experience, the current 30-day period provides sufficient time to deliver emergency assistance without negatively impacting safety. That was part of their formal comments. We're unclear on exactly why the FMCSA is proposing these regulatory changes at this time. Sometimes you just got to wonder if we got to find something else to do. We have to justify our existence, is what I begin to think in many cases the FMCSA is doing. We went through nearly 3 years of a federal, national COVID emergency waiver declaration for drivers moving tons of different products, medical supplies. Of course, there was the point early on in the pandemic when the respirators were needed. If you were hauling rubber gloves, it was toilet paper, right? Paper products, food, all these things. For nearly 3 years, drivers were operating exempt from hours of service rules. We've shared these statistics several times. when all was said and done, 2 individual accidents involving just the individual truck, the individual vehicles, 1 vehicle incidents, in both cases operating under those hours of service waivers, yet no injuries, no fatalities. Matter of fact, many drivers that were operating under those exemptions said it was such a relief for them to be able to, hey, if I'm tired, I could lay down, I could take a break. And when I was ready to roll, I could roll. And as long as I felt that's the safest way things should be. But either way, yes, as we roll into the early hours of a Tuesday, it's 844-844-3388. Coming up, following a news break, we've been talking about the electric truck manufacturer Nikola. Is Nikola going to survive? Things not looking well. Investors dumping Nikola stock Friday after the truck maker priced the sale of 133.3 million new shares and sought to issue $175 million in new debt with an annual interest rate of 8.25%. More on that coming up here, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. The special counsel prosecuting former President Trump wants the Supreme Court to immediately decide Trump's immunity claim. White House correspondent John Decker.
It may just decide, you know what, we're not going to step in at this point. Or it may say, you know what, this is a very important issue. We need to resolve this issue right now.
The Supreme Court said they will consider the expedited request. The Biden administration defends its veto of a UN resolution for an immediate Israel-Hamas ceasefire. They express concerns that a general ceasefire could empower Hamas leaders to control Gaza and plan future attacks on Israel. Israeli forces are engaged in clashes with Hamas fighters in Gaza's 2 largest cities today, marking the 3rd month of the ongoing conflict. Simultaneously, Qatari officials are making efforts to resume negotiations for the release of hostages. John Schaefer, USA News.
President Biden recently released a massive $6 trillion budget, the largest budget in U.S. history. And guess who pays the bill? That's right, you, the American taxpayer. American citizens and business owners will be paying more taxes. That's a fact. And if you owe back taxes, they will be coming after you to collect payments. In fact, President Biden also hired thousands more IRS agents to go after you. If you got a letter from the IRS and you know you owe back taxes or you haven't filed in years, don't put your head in the sand. Call us today. We've saved our customers millions of tax dollars. One quick, free phone call will show you how we can reduce your past tax bill and save you thousands. Guaranteed, or you pay nothing. Call now.
800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. That's 800-511-6046.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Well, good morning to Gilligan. Here we are, off and rolling. It's a clear, cool, kind of a windy night at the airport, Roanoke, Virginia, 30 degrees. Yes, Buckeye Boy said, I'd love to know how many billions of our taxpayer dollars have been given to these liberal Green New Deal companies. So many that are recently going belly up because it was a poor concept, lousy product, or people just didn't want to pay to use it. Kind of reminiscent of the idle air in the trucking industry. Nikola, big name, right? They were one of the first to, be jumping at for years. It was who was going to be the first to have the reliable electric truck on the road. Would it be Nikola or Tesla? Here's what's going on. Is like I said, investors dumping the stock Friday. The new stock sale would raise to nearly $1 billion the number of outstanding shares in the company. Shareholders voted back in August to double the number of authorized shares to 1.6 billion from what was at the time 800 million, effectively agreeing to dilute the value of their holdings as new shares are issued. The company already has a notice of going concern on file with the Securities and Exchange Commission. They said back in February of this year that they may run out of money in the next 12 months and have to modify or terminate its business. That was a possibility, and that's nearly a year ago. Now, the Phoenix-based company had cash and equivalents of $362.8 million as of September 30th. That money's sufficient to cover the recall expense and run the business into the new year, according to the former chief financial officer, a call back in early November to analysts. Her duties are being handled now by the chief executive officer, Steve Gursky. Now, Nikola set aside $61.8 million to replace battery packs in 209 electric trucks. I think that's all the trucks they had to date manufactured. All trucks recalled in August because of fires, battery fires, underhood fires. The company also needs money to scale its hydrogen fuel cell electric truck business while trying to attract customers to purchase or lease the loss-making trucks that sell for $450,000 before the cost of expense and scarce hydrogen fuel. Nikola shares fell 22% on Thursday as the follow-on stock offering and senior unsecured debt offerings were announced. Shares dropped from 98 cents to close Thursday at 76 cents. They closed at 71 on Friday. The new debt in the form of green convertible senior bonds would pay 8.25% interest with a 2026 maturity date. Now, the hammering of the stock quickly brought the price closer to and then below the 75-cent offering price of the new shares. A frequent poster on Nikola on the investor site known as Seeking Alpha said back on the 1st of December that he sees little hope for Nikola's survival. Given the ongoing massive funding needs, outsized dilution for common shareholders is likely to continue for the time being. Now, he said, without further disappointment likely ahead next year, he advised investors should maybe sell existing positions and just move on. See where it goes, but another big name possible going into the scrap pile. It is 844-844-3388. Of course, the tornadoes tearing through Tennessee. Country music icon Lee Greenwood spoke this past day that he was not home in Franklin, Tennessee over the weekend when the tornadoes tore through, killing 6 and injuring dozens of others. But he said his wife, Kimberly, was. She was in Mount Juliet, but that's like east of Nashville. He said we actually live south of Nashville. She was kind of skirting the outskirts of Nashville, headed south. It's a storm that if it had turned, say, another mile south, she would have been right in the middle of it. She had actually stopped under a bridge and started praying. It did do devastating damage, we now know, to Hendersonville, Goodlettsville, and all north toward Fort Campbell and Clarksville. A tornado is a bear. You can see where it sat down and just ripped through the city. Lee said he's seen area residents kind of rallying to help those who've been hardest hit by this disaster over the weekend. I may not be from Nashville. I was raised on a farm out in Western California, actually. But we were kind of the same way. You take care of your neighbors, he said. When there's an emergency, everybody jumps to help, and have an awful lot of people, of course, from different parts of the city who all rushed there to Goodlettsville, to Hendersonville, to help out with the cleanup. The power company doing an excellent job as well. They got power restored pretty quick. Not everybody yet, but they're well on their way. Greenwood said he wrapped up his Christmas concerts earlier than usual this year, and he had plans on a family-focused holiday season this year. I know he had said that when he wrapped up his tour, he was pretty much saying that's it. I'm getting older. We only have a limited amount of time on this planet. And he said, I want to dedicate the remaining time I have to the wife and the family. One of our sons moved to Chicago, the other's in Miami going to college. And we're just going to have family time for the next 2 or 3 weeks, he said this past day. But still focusing on the fact that our soldiers are still deployed. The battles in Ukraine and Israel and Hamas, the Gaza Strip. There's a good chance we may end up with boots on the ground. We're sending things to our military wherever they are. And at the same time, we are sending our prayers, he said. Now, interesting that he mentioned we may have boots on the ground. Now, is this a scare tactic? I have to kind of wonder. We've got this ongoing battle about funding for Ukraine and Israel. And the battle is Republicans say we're demanding some funding at the same. You want this money. We're going to do something about this southern border, this nonstop influx of as many as 10,000 illegals per day crossing it. This cannot continue. Now, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin warned Congress last week that U.S. troops would very likely, in his words, quote, very likely be sent to fight in Europe if lawmakers fail to pass additional aid for Ukraine. He said if Vladimir Putin takes over Ukraine, he'll get Moldova, Georgia, then maybe the Baltics. House Foreign Affairs Chairman Michael McCaul said that, and then the idea that we'll have to put troops on the ground, in Secretary Austin's word, was very likely. Now, that's what we're trying to avoid. Now, McCaul insisted Austin's warning demonstrates aid to Ukraine is about more than just helping Kyiv. Now, he said the U.S. would lose all of our goodwill with our NATO allies if we fail to provide additional aid once again. No one's going to trust us again, he says. House Speaker Mike Johnson, however, seemed kind of skeptical of Austin's warning. I don't think we got the clarity that we've been requesting, he said. It remains to be seen whether members are satisfied with the answers he provided. Now, according to PBS, the U.S. has committed over $44 billion with a B in security assistance to Ukraine since the conflict began last year. President Biden, of course, pressuring Congress to provide Ukraine with additional aid to the tune of $60 billion, arguing that pooling that aid would threaten our national security. Now, extreme Republicans, according to Biden, extreme Republicans are playing chicken with our national security, holding Ukraine's funding hostage to their extreme partisan border policies. Pooling support would be the greatest gift that Vladimir Putin could hope for. Speaker Johnson pushed back on the president's concerns. He says, quote, the Biden administration has failed to substantively address any of our conference's legitimate concerns about the lack of a clear strategy in Ukraine. What is our path to resolving the conflict? Do we have a plan for adequately ensuring accountability for all the aid that has thus far been provided? And I mean, we're talking $60 billion in additional taxpayer money that they're requesting flow into Ukraine. But the threat from Lloyd, is it a gimmick? That if we don't send this $60 billion, we are, quote, very likely going to be fighting in Europe? It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, I got a Tuesday. Closing out a Monday, working our way into a Tuesday, 12th day of December. Now, 2 weeks. 2 weeks till Christmas, right? Hard to believe another year has nearly passed us by. Wow. Well, if you've got clear skies tomorrow night, we're talking, that'd be like Wednesday night, Wednesday into Thursday morning, I believe. Yeah, so two nights from now. Not a whole lot of days left in this year. But we got one more pretty big astronomical event about to put on a pretty dazzling display if you've got the clear skies in the night sky. And if you miss this show, you may have to wait until probably next spring for the chance to see another event like it. The Geminid meteor shower is going to be peaking this week, Wednesday night into Thursday morning. More than 100 meteors per hour from dark areas. Reports in recent years of hourly rates briefly climbing as high as 150 per hour. Now, if you're closer to a big town or a city, you'll have a lot of light pollution. May not be able to see the Geminids on full display, but still should be able to see more shooting stars than many other meteor showers we've seen all year long. It's not just the abundance of meteors that makes the Geminids a must-see event. It's the time of night when people can see shooting stars streaking through the sky. Most major meteor showers can only be seen during like the second half of the night. But for those who step outside Wednesday evening, you can begin to see some meteors not long after the sun goes down. This is the one major shower that provides a lot of activity, good activity before the midnight hour, according to the American Meteor Society. Now, seeing as they'll begin to appear shortly after nightfall, the Geminids great for the younger stargazers who never had a chance to see a shooting star, especially when they peak like on a school night, which will be the case this week. Things kind of start slowly, perhaps just maybe a dozen or two per hour early, gradually building as the night transpires, the frequency of meteors surpassing 100 per hour after the midnight hour. Now, as far as interference from the moon, should be excellent conditions this year. The moon will not be hindered. It's like a new moon. Now, next year, the Geminids will peak on the same night as a nearly full moon. That moonlight will wash out all but the brightest meteors. But again, depending on where you are in the country, cloud cover is always the thing you have to watch out for. What's going on? 10 before the hour, 844-844-3388. Hello, 5-7.
Excuse me. War. We're going to fight on the ground in Europe. So if it comes down to that, I mean, Russia's not going to. I mean, they're struggling to take what they were supposed to take Ukraine over a weekend. They're still there. How many years later? And the annihilation that's going on both sides, it's just amazing. We're going to start sending things over that will flatten Moscow. Moscow's already got the ability to flatten D.C. It's going to be a world war for sure. It's going to be a true world war because everybody has weaponry that will get there. There is no safe place. So, just keep this little war in Ukraine going. Keep sending money down there.
That's my question. Is this just a scare tactic trying to get people to maybe contact your lawmakers and say you got to give Ukraine this money? The polls are showing more and more. The people are kind of saying, "Hey, we've sent enough. We can't do this forever and ever." And where's the accountability? Now, if he says, oh, no, we're going to have boots on the ground if we don't send this money, I think it's a scare tactic. I don't know.
Yes. Yeah, and we're not going to have a conventional war like in World War II. We're not going to sit back and do what they're doing. I mean, face it, right? I'll just repeat myself. They can't even take Ukraine right now.
Yeah. So
the only way to actually to Russia can win a war, if you want to, and it comes down to that mutual destruction deal, is to use the nukes. They've got supersonic missiles now, supposedly, that can get to the United States before we can defend ourselves. Supposedly, we've got new technology, missile defense systems.
All right.
But, how many missiles do they have, and tell me, can you shoot down? When you shoot them down, does it take out the city that we're defending from? They're just, obviously, about that time, missiles will be popping out of the ocean around the Atlantic and up in the heading to D.C. You've got, of course, our politicians and will all be up at Yucca Mountain or whatever, some kind of a mountain. The rest of us is all going to fry. So, no, I'll go with you. It's just a scare tactic. It's about bleeding the American public. They've got a little fiefdom going on right now, and that's all it is. It's a fiefdom, and they're scared to death with this thing with Donald Trump. They are scared to death he's going to get in there and stop this fiefdom. Fight for peace, whatever. Quit funding this nightmare, and yeah, I'll go with that. I can't go any further than that. It's just, I think I agree with you. This is just a scare tactic, so they bleed the American people more money. And how about just telling us where it went? That don't threaten us about war, boots on the ground. Just actually tell us where it went, and the American people say, "Well, that makes sense. We can agree with that."
I don't think they know. That's the problem. I don't think they know.
There you go. Well, the fact that we're paying the pensions to the politicians in Ukraine, what is that all about? That's crazy. Other than that, we're going to sit back and copy the mail, and it's freezing down here at 27 degrees. Don't laugh. Hey, there's no chain law here in South Carolina in the Low Country.
There you go. Hey,
5-7.
You're the guy that likes to tout the fact we don't have snow in South Carolina. We don't have to worry about that stuff. Well, there you go. 5 before the hour. It is 844-844-3388. Clear lines on a Tuesday morning. What's going on? Well, the first numbers I'm seeing, we had a record Thanksgiving travel season. It's hard to imagine. We're counting down the days where millions will be traveling once again for the Christmas vacation. A record 7.5 million are expected to fly from December 23rd to January 1, marking the busiest year-end travel season since AAA started tracking the data in the year 2000. Now, this would beat the pre-COVID record of 7.3 million during the same period in 2019. Now, this trend would be an extension of the busy Thanksgiving travel period, during which the daily number of passengers screened by airport security hit a record 2.907 million. Now, more air travel may not translate into a similar surge in the country's jet fuel consumption, thanks to larger, more efficient airplanes. Implied fuel demand fell as much as 100,000 barrels a day in early December, biggest weekly loss since June. According to the Energy Information Administration, road travel, how are the highways and byways going to be? Road travel is set to rise as well, with nearly 104 million drivers expected to hit the road this year-end holiday period. Overall travelers are seen at 115 million, which would actually, believe it or not, be the second highest ever, according to AAA. Now, it's December 23rd through January 1, the Christmas through the New Year. It's not everybody hitting the roads or heading to the airport on the same days, but obviously those days just before Christmas, very, very busy. And then a lot of folks returning in the days after. New Year's weekend, another big travel weekend. Round the country, lines available at 844-844-3388. We close out hour number 1, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. The Biden administration is defending its veto of a UN resolution for an immediate Israel-Hamas ceasefire. State Department spokesman Matthew Miller.
While we support humanitarian pauses, we think a ceasefire that would allow the leadership of Hamas that plotted and planned October 7th and future attacks is one that's unacceptable.
The veto, issued during a recent emergency UN Security Council meeting, has drawn criticism from global leaders and human rights groups amid escalating civilian casualties in Gaza. The White House is raising concerns regarding indications that Israel might have improperly utilized U.S.-manufactured white phosphorus munitions.
Anytime that we provide items like white phosphorus to another military, it is with the full expectation that it'll be used in keeping with those legitimate purposes.
National Security Council spokesman John Kirby told reporters today that the administration intends to question Israeli officials about these allegations. Increasing numbers of Americans are choosing to travel by plane or car during the holiday season, indicating a continued rebound from the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. AAA is forecasting that over 115 million Americans will travel at least 50 miles during the last 10 days of the year, marking the highest projection since 2019. Special counsel Jack Smith is urging the Supreme Court to promptly determine whether former President Trump is immune from prosecution regarding alleged efforts to overturn the 2020 election. Smith emphasized the imperative public importance of resolving this issue swiftly to ensure the prompt advancement of Trump's federal election interference case scheduled for March. The Supreme Court also dismissing cases that challenge COVID-19 vaccine mandates for executive branch employees and military service members, follows the president's repeal of the federal employee vaccine requirement in May and the Pentagon's repeal of its mandate in January. This is USA News.
Hey, here's a question. After you wear your clothes, you toss them in the washing machine, right? Nobody wants to wear dirty clothes. So how come you don't throw your shoes in the washing machine when they get dirty? I mean, come on. Your shoes are touching the filthy ground all day long. Gross. Well, with Skechers, you can. Because most Skechers are machine washable. That's right. Skechers are specially made so you can toss them right in the washing machine and keep them clean and looking new. And when they look new, you can confidently wear them longer. That's less shoes you're going to want to throw away, which means less waste. And it'll save you tons of dough. I love that. Plus, machine washable Skechers are for the whole family, men, women, and kids. So when your kids get their shoes dirty, and we know they will, just wash them. Brilliant. And even our latest technology, new hands-free Skechers slip-ins are washable. You just step right in and go without bending down or even touching your shoes. So give your Skechers the same treatment you give your clothes. Just toss them in the washing machine and keep them looking brand spanking new. Find machine washable Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear happens to be sold.
At least 6 people have been confirmed dead after tornadoes ripped through Middle Tennessee. Dave Collins has more.
3 of the victims were confirmed dead in the Nashville suburb of Madison. Nashville officials say they have teams assessing the damage and looking for victims after Saturday's tornadoes. 3 fatalities were also reported near Clarksville, where nearly 24 people have been reportedly injured.
The Air Force concluded that alleged leaker Jack Teixeira acted alone, even though they've disciplined 15 others for dereliction of duty. The investigation found the unit failed to respond adequately to Teixeira's intelligence-seeking activities. While there's no evidence of supervisor awareness, contributing factors to the leak involve insufficient inspection, inconsistent reporting of security incidents, and lack of supervision during night shift operations. In a special live event on Netflix next year, 2 prominent tennis stars, Rafael Nadal and Carlos Alcaraz, will face off in the Netflix Slam on March 3rd at the Michelob Ultra Arena in Las Vegas. The one-night exhibition will showcase additional players and matchups, with details to be announced by Netflix at a later date. A Rocky Mountain spotted fever outbreak in Southern California has resulted in 3 deaths, according to a December 8th health advisory from the CDC. The 5 reported cases all involved individuals who recently traveled to or lived in Tecate, Mexico. The CDC expressed concern about potential growth in the outbreak as more migrants are allowed to cross the border. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229, 800-734-1229.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, here we go. Round number 2. Hello, Big John. He chimes in via the email. Good morning, overnight crew. Everybody out there driving. Hope everybody's doing well. Be safe. It's a cool 25 degrees. Washington Courthouse, Ohio. Getting ready to make some of that famous peanut brittle. About 15 pounds? Wow. It's a lot of peanut brittle. Well, happy holidays. Merry Christmas. Big John, everybody stay safe out there from your friend Big John. Got an email this past day from our friend The Grump, who kind of started off, he said, he wanted to kind of apologize for using the program to respond to an individual that, as he said, personally attacked him. But anyway, since my rant, I've received dozens of personal messages offering their support for my views on what's happening in this country and our industry. It's those individuals that recognize my rants. My rants come from my passion and my love for this nation, not anger. They get it. Many thanks to them, and with that, enough said. But today I listened to the head thug from Ukraine chastise and lecture Americans with great emphasis on our elected officials for not giving him an additional $61 billion. He's speaking of Zelensky. Now pay attention here. Voters need to understand that only a small portion of that money would go towards Ukraine's actual defense. The majority is going to go to keep Zelensky, his cabinet, and to keep their office personnel salaries paid. It's those sort of things that does anger me when I think about all the problems we have here in our homeland. And to have this thug land on our soil, demand we fund his government and finance the needs of his borders, and how we should put our border issues on hold while his nation's at war. Now, I thought that was both arrogant beyond anything I've ever heard and insulting to every American taxpayer. Of course, every Democrat applauded his disrespectful diatribe and tasteless comments toward we the people and the Republicans in Congress. Zelensky is everything that's wrong with foreign aid and the legitimacy of our United Nations as well as NATO. The American taxpayer has become the bank account for proxy wars, the deep pockets of imported poverty, and the cash cow for criminal acceptance, all compliments of Biden, Democrats, and the neocons. They are everything that Donald Trump is not, which, of course, as always, is just my opinion, as he clearly points out. But all right, thank you, Grump. It was good to hear from you last evening. But all right, looks like we're going to kind of kick that before I get back to the calls here at 844-844-3388. Other industry headlines. The FMCSA kind of notorious for, I like to say, kicking the can down the road. Procrastinate. A proposed rule to mandate equipment aimed at preventing deaths in collisions between trucks and passenger cars. If such a rule is forthcoming at all, now they say likely will not see action until at least October of next year. We're talking the side underride guards mandate on trailers and semi-trailers. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration's rulemaking, they're going to analyze the comments, they say, for the next 10 months. According to the DOT's fall regulatory agenda, which was submitted last week to the White House Office of Management and Budget. The public comments were filed over a 90-day period following the advanced notice of proposed rulemaking back in April. While rule timelines set in their agendas can change as administration priorities change, they typically get pushed back, not sped up. That means if the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration decides to move to the next stage in the rulemaking process, a formal notice of proposed rulemaking for side underride guards could be at least a year away. Now, they've been under pressure to either significantly revise the proposal before formally issuing a rulemaking or shelve it entirely, after receiving feedback from both truck safety advocates and the truck industry lobbying groups. As we had shared some of the numbers in the past, the agency estimates requiring these underride guards on the sides of trailers to prevent passenger cars from going underneath in a collision would boost the cost of a new trailer by approximately $3,750 to $4,630 per trailer. Total annual cost projected at somewhere between $970 million and $1.2 billion. It would be an expensive rulemaking. Meanwhile, it is Carl, I believe, checking in. Hello, Carl. How we doing?
Good morning, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. Appreciate you, buddy. I'm doing fine. I'm getting over this little cold that I had. It's more than a little cold. Actually, last week I had a sore throat that was horrible. It was close to laryngitis, except it wasn't laryngitis. I could speak, but every time I tried to swallow, it was like painful.
Mm-hmm.
It was just absolutely painful, and I just couldn't take it hardly. I mean, I almost went back to the doctor for a third time, but I'm doing fine. But I tell you what, it's been so aggravating the past 2 months with this that I've had, and it's crazy. I mean, I'm just now kind of getting over it, sort of. But the sinus problem is still there a little bit, and it's hanging on. But hopefully I can get rid of it this week before Christmas on the holidays.
Right.
Merry Christmas to everybody, by the way, and Happy New Year and everything on that. But I know it's hard. These are hard times that we're going through here. And one Joseph R. Biden, he is the one who is the head of the whole shebang, and it's just amazing to me how people can vote for nonsense like that. When we hear Secretary Austin giving us the defense secretary giving everybody a warning that we might have to put troops on the ground in Europe and this and that. You know what that's all about? That's to me, that's my opinion here. It's coming up that they're going to put Donald Trump in such a bad position when he gets reelected as president, once more. Then they're just going to give him such a bad job to do. He's going to have so many things to have to take care of. It's going to be just nuts. Honestly, we've got the border crisis. Secretary of Homeland Security Mayorkas. We've got Blinken going around apologizing for America and this and that and the other. He don't know what he's doing. He's like a Barney Fife or something. I don't know what he's trying to act like. But then the Secretary of Austin, he don't have a clue as to what his job duties are as Secretary of Defense. And here we've got President Biden, and he's money laundering with Ukraine. And then the Ukraine president comes over here to Washington, D.C., and he wants more money, of course, and he's talking to Congress. Oh, yeah, we've got to have this money. Well, we're just funding their government like the other previous report that you read there, We're funding their government. That's what we're doing, and the war as well. Well, when we send troops, we're supposed to be sending troops to win, all right? We're not supposed to be sending troops to just go over there with some kind of rules of engagement either.
Right.
And this Israel thing that's going on here. I heard a report on the news that there's some kind of a phosphorus or something that we're telling Israel that they shouldn't have used when we gave this weapon to Israel. Why did we give this weapon to Israel if we didn't want them to use it? I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. Or is Israel supposed to put that weapon on the shelf or something? I don't know what they're talking about. I mean, it's just crazy. When you get rules of engagement like that, that's just crazy to me. I mean, I just have never been able to get over that since World War II. This country has had rules of engagement, and in Vietnam and in all other places that we've been. Afghanistan, we've used rules of engagement. You can't fight at certain times. You can't do this or that. It's just nuts. I just find it to be amazing how we put our troops in harm's way, and then we put all these rules upon them. You can't fire until you're fired upon, this, that, and the other. It's just nuts. I mean, and then we've got this president here right now who is giving Donald Trump, he's going to hand over the worst mess in American history, okay? And we're to expect Trump to do something with that. Yeah, here, do something with this. I mean, it's nuts. I mean, I can't imagine what they're doing here, and we've got impeachment inquiry coming up this week, a vote on Wednesday about this, and it needs to be done. They need to get it. They need to get with it on this, and they need to really, really push him to be impeached. Him and his entire administration. I tell you, I mean, this country needs to do it. They need to get it done. I mean, that's the war that we're fighting. It's the war of our leadership. It's terrible. It's nuts. And I'll just go ahead and leave it at that. And I'll just get off the phone, and I appreciate you for taking my call.
Hey,
Steve.
Thank you for checking in. Carl, great to hear from you. It is 18 past the hour. Yeah, I mean, we, the United States, we provide Israel with this munition a couple months ago. Now, if we gave it to them, what do you expect them to do with it? National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby said Washington is concerned that Israel has used United States-supplied white phosphorus in October. I guess, okay, so they used it. This past day, the Washington Post reported Israeli forces injured 9 after firing artillery shells containing the element in military operations along Lebanon's southern border, somewhere back between October 10 and 16. So that's just literally days after this whole thing began, after they were attacked on the 7th. We've seen the report, certainly concerned about that. We'll be asking questions to try to learn a little bit more, Kirby said. White phosphorus, a chemical substance that ignites when exposed to oxygen. It is not internationally recognized as a chemical weapon. However, human rights groups fiercely criticized Israel's supposed use of the substance in incendiary weapons. Kind of a gray area in international law that depends on several factors. Now, Kirby highlighted the substance's legitimate military utility, but noted that the U.S. supply of the substance to foreign countries is with the full expectation that they will follow wartime laws. He had no additional comments about whether Israel was using the substance properly, though. Both Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International accused Israel of using white phosphorus back in October, months before the Post reiterated the same accusations following its report. Amnesty International has explicitly called for this to be investigated as a war crime because they claim it was an indiscriminate attack. It's beyond horrific that the Israeli army has indiscriminately used white phosphorus in violation of international humanitarian law. I'm kind of curious, what has Amnesty International had to say about the ideas of raping and burning and, all those things that took place, confirmed, we know definitively took place on October. Is that recognized under international? Okay, I didn't think. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I don't think we mentioned last evening that over the weekend we had a Heisman Trophy winner announced. LSU quarterback Jaden Daniels won the Heisman Trophy as the nation's most outstanding college football player. This was Saturday night in New York. Daniels beat out 3 other finalists: Washington quarterback Michael Penix Jr., Oregon's quarterback Bo Nix, and Ohio State wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. It was the latest in a growing list of honors for Daniels. He was selected as the Walter Camp National Player of the Year, and he won the Davey O'Brien Award, which is given annually to the nation's top quarterback. In 12 games this season, he completed 72.2% of his passes, 3,812 yards, 40 touchdowns, and 4 interceptions. He also rushed for 1,134 yards and 10 touchdowns, while averaging 8.4 yards per carry. Pretty impressive. Daniels now the 3rd player in LSU history to win the Heisman. Joined halfback Billy Cannon, who won the award in 1959, and quarterback Joe Burrow, of course, who won in 2019. LSU head coach Brian Kelly was in attendance to see his quarterback win the trophy. Daniels in his 2nd season with the Tigers after transferring from Arizona State, where he played his first 3 years. Several other former Heisman Trophy winners, Robert Griffin Jr., Tim Tebow, Desmond Howard, also participated in that ceremony there on Saturday night. There you go. So congratulations. I know that there's a lot of folks felt that Marvin Harrison Jr. deserved the Heisman. It's a tough call. You got 4 exceptionally good players, but Brain Dad, what's happening out there? Hey, is this your Friday by chance?
Ding, 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 ding. No more cosplays. We have a winner. Tell them what they won, Johnny. You want a free case of Dinty Moore beef stew from Kroger, Steve. No, I've been meaning to mention this to you, and I keep forgetting, and thanks to Dingbat for keep reminding me, and I keep forgetting. But I wonder what the hockey equivalent for the Heisman Trophy is. And I know Brother Rambler is about a big hockey fan as we are.
Yeah.
So I did a little research and a little digging, and this is honest to God truth. Alabama does have a ice hockey team, along with Georgia, Tennessee, Florida, just to name a few. I did not know that, that Tennessee has an ice hockey team. Interesting.
I was not aware. Yeah, I don't know that we have any colleges here that. Does Ohio State have an ice hockey team? They got the big NHL thing. They got the Columbus.
Yeah, but I mean that's kind of interesting. I mean, I know up north, when you get up to say where Dirty Harry is or up that way, a lot of the colleges have hockey teams, but hockey is not big in the South, where we're at. Because I know Rambler, he's down there way on the beach, chasing them. Well, never mind, I can't say those words. But anyway, hockey's not big in the South. I mean, when I was dealing with the baseball cards and whatnot, when we was getting cases of hockey cards in, we had to ship them up north or to Canada, where it's huge up that way. But down here, I couldn't even give hockey cards away down here. Let's see. Last night, I heard Eagle going off on Grump about what Grump said, and me being in and out of the truck so much, I didn't catch the whole conversation, so I went back and listened to the replay. Grump is spot on. I mean, maybe Eagle does not have as much interaction with those kind of drivers that I do, even in the warehouse. I mean, the guards, I'll sit there and be in a guard check picking up mail for the truck, and these guards are literally like banging their head against the wall saying, hey, what do you not understand here? You cannot check in right now. You need to go up to the staging lot and bring your bills down. You're not handicapped. Just go. Sorry, can't understand it. But it's not so much the foreigners that we're bringing over that don't understand. It's the new breed drivers, the ones that have been only in the industry maybe a handful of years or less, that they cannot grasp the concept of how to back a trailer into a dock, left or right. I seen this a few months back of a new driver, fairly new, who could not even straight back it into a dock. It took him two hours plus, and they're needing to get that product.
Wow, so just trying to get in the dock? Hold that thought. News break time, bottom of the hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. The special counsel prosecuting former President Trump wants the Supreme Court to immediately decide Trump's immunity claim. White House correspondent John Decker.
It may just decide, we're not going to step in at this point. Or it may say, this is a very important issue. We need to resolve this issue right now.
The Supreme Court said they will consider the expedited request. The Biden administration defends its veto of a UN resolution for an immediate Israel-Hamas ceasefire. They express concerns that a general ceasefire could empower Hamas leaders to control Gaza and plan future attacks on Israel. Israeli forces are engaged in clashes with Hamas fighters in Gaza's two largest cities today, marking the third month of the ongoing conflict. Simultaneously, Qatari officials are making efforts to resume negotiations for the release of hostages. John Schaefer, USA News.
President Biden recently released a massive $6 trillion budget, the largest budget in U.S. history. And guess who pays the bill? That's right, you, the American taxpayer. American citizens and business owners will be paying more taxes. That's a fact. And if you owe back taxes, they will be coming after you to collect payments. In fact, President Biden also hired thousands more IRS agents to go after you. If you got a letter from the IRS and you know you owe back taxes or you haven't filed in years, don't put your head in the sand. Call us today. We've saved our customers millions of tax dollars. One quick, free phone call will show you how we can reduce your past tax bill and save you thousands. Guaranteed, or you pay nothing. Call now.
800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. That's 800-511-6046.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, welcome back. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Coming up, get to some of the other industry headlines, see what's on your mind here. Get back to Brain Dead, though. We left off talking about the foreign drivers, and yeah, he brought up a good point last evening. Grump's talking about there is no shortage of drivers right now, and why do they continue to put forth this narrative that we need more visa drivers? I think it's just the fact that they're willing to drive, thinking they're making good money when it's really, it's slave wages for people in this country, but they're thinking they're doing great, so they're getting cheap labor.
Right. That's all it is. It's cheap labor. These companies want you to work as cheap as possible. These brokers want you to haul it as cheap as possible, because how often, and it's been years since I've been anywhere near, been an owner operator, maybe Grump could call back in and say it. How often have the freight rates actually gone up? Because if you watch Shipping Wars or any of these other shows, the freight rates are always going down. They want it hauled for cheap as possible. It's like, and it's not just foreign drivers that can't drive. It's a lot of these drivers. I mean, the drivers back in our day, I've been doing this 25 years. We were taught and told that this was a lifestyle, not a job. And all these guys on our yard too, it's like the new safety lady we've got. She is so gung-ho about making a name for herself. She's trying to make that name for herself. But at the same time, though, her boyfriend drives a truck, and that makes her a truck driver. So, I mean, maybe if I watch a few YouTube videos on brain surgery, that makes me a brain surgeon. I mean, Steve, she's so stupid, she probably couldn't tell you the difference between a steering wheel and a fifth wheel. That's how bad she is. And she's sitting there critiquing me and telling me how to drive. Oh, well, you shouldn't be doing this. You shouldn't be doing that. I said, okay, why don't you go try to do that up in Montana in a blizzard and see what happens? You know, why don't you try doing that in a thunderstorm and seeing what happens, you know? You know, why don't you go drive one of these trucks? Mm-hmm. You know, it's honestly, truly just sad that these new people think they know the job, but they don't know the job. Oh, something else, too, I forgot. I was going to mention last night, and I forgot. On your news break, did you hear that the lowest gas price was in Texas?
That's
at, what was it, like
said.
$2.60 a gallon?
That's what they said.
It's kind of odd because I'm here at the Kroger in Tupelo, Mississippi, and I'm looking at a sign that says $2.51.
Wow.
I've seen a few signs. I've seen a few signs back here at $2.45. So I don't know what they're smoking, but you know, maybe just share some with the rest of the Democrats and the media. I mean, just saying, you know, just thinking out loud. Did you see that the Yellow rejected that bid? Did you see that?
Yes. I mean, pretty much stick a fork in. I mean, the woman said she's still going to try and pursue it. I don't know what she's going to try to do, but yeah, I mean, it's give up already.
Well, I mean, I don't know how many other of your listeners are Teamsters, and maybe they can help me out here. I got the fan mail letter from the Teamsters International one day last week in the mail. I started going through it and looking through it. There's articles in there about ABF, Amazon, and UPS. I think T-Force maybe had one or two. Nothing about Yellow. Nothing about Yellow at all. Nothing about our struggles of what we're going through, like Senor Slacker out there, and was it ABQ or whatever it is. You know, we're not getting any. There's not putting any information out. So, you know, I honestly do think that the Teamsters do have a hand in forcing the bankruptcy, because if I remember right, and it's been told to me many a times, the Teamsters do not like Yellow. They wanted Yellow to fold. So why, if you want somebody to fold, why are you going to bother to help them out? Interesting, huh?
Interesting, yeah. I mean, yeah. I guess the premise that they might be able to get some drivers back, and I mean, yeah, they lost 20-something thousand dues-paying union members, and that's a lot coming out of the kitty.
Yes and no. Yes, you lost 22,000, but how many like myself were able to get onto a new union job and still pay the dues? See, that's what they're not saying is how many didn't make that jump like me.
Gotcha.
Because everybody thinks, oh well, I went to JB Hunt or Swift or whoever. There's other carriers out here. I mean, there's other contracts out here. Other contracts that are out here right now. But the one thing that was not said, and I did go down to the hall today, and I did talk to my business agent, who did inform me of some very secretive information, Steve. Now you promised not to say this to nobody.
Top secret.
Top
secret.
This, right?
Okay, right. Yeah, just between you and me.
Okay. Did you know that FedEx and UPS were going to help buy Yellow Freight? Did you know that?
No, sir.
Yep. They were actually going to take it from Yellow to Cry, so that way it'd been known as Fed Up and Cry.
There you go. I was thinking along the lines of Fed Up. I've heard that before. Fed Up. All right, couple of folks arrested in Iredell County, North Carolina over the weekend after police discovered a large amount of illegal drugs along an I-77 traffic stop, big rig stop. Officers with the Iredell County Sheriff's Office Interstate Criminal Enforcement Team stopped a 2014 Freightliner along I-77 for a traffic violation. In the truck were 44-year-old Lorenzo Arreola from New Mexico, 33-year-old Lucio Eduardo Avila from Mexico. They told police they were transporting a load of tile from Charlotte, North Carolina to Philadelphia, PA. During the traffic stop, just so happened to have a canine. Police canine Groot was his name. Alerted to the presence of drugs in the vehicle. After a search of the truck and the trailer, 118 pounds of suspected fentanyl, possibly mixed with cocaine. They also found more than $100,000 in cash in the cab of the truck. Street value of the seized drugs, approximately $3,752,000. The two obviously arrested, held on a $3.5 million secured bond each. Police say they're working to determine whether the two men were actually in the U.S. legally or not. Either way, the deputy canine that was used to detect the narcotics in this case was actually purchased using asset forfeiture money from drug dealers. Groot is trained to detect narcotics, specializing in fentanyl, according to the Iredell County Sheriff's Office there. So he's already earned his keep, and there you go, $100,000 in cash being seized. All right, well, the headline says, she's back. Well, okay, actually, she never left. But in recent weeks, former First Lady and failed 2016 Democrat nominee Hillary Clinton indeed has become more visible in her efforts to get Joe Biden reelected next year. NBC News reported on Monday Clinton has recently become one of the most prominent and influential surrogates in Biden's reelection effort. They noted that on October 23rd, she refused to condemn or even comment upon a recent speech by the president that a heckler referred to as warmongering, first inviting the man to speak with her after the event, and when he refused, then telling him to sit down. Then November 14, which NBC inexplicably described as occurring 2 weeks after the confrontation with the heckler, Clinton published an op-ed that might have actually been written by the president himself. Hamas Must Go was the title. NBC even noted in a hopeful tone that as former Secretary of State, she has the bona fides to provide Biden with a measure of political cover amid a war in the Middle East that has actually split the Democrat Party. It seems highly improbable that you're going to get the likes of squad members, AOC, Ilhan Omar, Rashid Tlaib, in any way to be mollified by anything a solidly established Democrat like Hillary might say. NBC didn't explain their reasoning for hoping she might provide Biden with political cover, was the word. On the Monday after Thanksgiving, Clinton provided Biden with somewhat more tangible help. She actually hosted a fundraiser for him with members of the Women's Leadership Forum who donated just shy of $1 million to the re-election coffers of Biden. NBC also noted an appearance by Hillary on The View and various social media posts that it said all added up to her emergence as one of the keyest of Team Biden's key players. Also noting that bringing Clinton on board meant that Biden gets a 2 for the price of 1 deal because former President Bill Clinton would also likely be around. Now, they apparently wrote this ironically, as if the outlet considers that to be a positive for Biden. Yeah, positive or not, the former president did make some sort of cameo appearance at the fundraiser. Now, NBC had to admit that with low approval numbers and former President Trump breathing down his neck As the country plummets toward the 2024 election, Biden undoubtedly has become pretty thirsty for some allies. Now, at the end of the day, he needs all the help he can get, according to one unnamed Democrat strategist. What he needs is both the spirit and the actual reality of unity. Another unnamed Democrat emphasized that point, that it's all hands on deck right now. They do say they're alluding to the role that's right now being held by Hillary, in all likelihood will be usurped by former President Barack Obama at some point. That doesn't mean Hillary's role in the campaign will diminish, but so they're going to be rolling out. So we'll see Obama. What do you think, Michelle? Will she be out there on the trail trying to support Sleepy Joe? It is 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you. A Tuesday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, Carl earlier mentioned the impeachment inquiry. I guess they've kind of updated the schedule. Last week, word on the street was the vote would be taking place on Wednesday. I guess they modified that for Thursday of this week. The Republican-controlled House of Representatives will vote Thursday, they tell us now, to formalize the impeachment inquiry. House Speaker Mike Johnson informed his fellow Republicans at a closed-door meeting, according to one lawmaker that was actually present. He just told us that Thursday, after exiting a meeting with Johnson in the U.S. Capitol, I guess it was Representative Lisa McClain, told Reuters, the vote will occur on the day when House members are scheduled to leave Washington for a year-end holiday break of more than 3 weeks. Yeah, we know the whole background, accusing the president and his family of improperly profiting from policy decisions Biden participated in as vice president during the Obama years. Representative Kelly Armstrong, the Republican, introduced a 14-page resolution that would allow the full House to vote on authorizing the probe. Now, that was like last Thursday. Republicans have so far failed to produce evidence. They continue to say that, tying Biden's actions as vice president to his son's businesses, and it's not likely the Senate, where obviously the Democrat Party hoards that slim majority, would ever vote to convict the president, even if the House did indeed pass articles of impeachment. Byron Donalds, a Republican member of one of 3 committees investigating Biden, spoke over the week and said he expects this all to wrap up within the next 2 months, and the House will indeed draft articles of impeachment sometime in the spring. Now, more and more, it sounds like they feel like they've got plenty of evidence, right? 9 before the hour. It's 844-844-3388. What's Eagle got on his mind this morning? Hey there.
Hello?
Morning, Eagle. What's happening?
Yeah. Yeah, how you doing, Steve? Yeah. Hey, listen, Steve. I respect your radio station, your show. I've been calling you for a while now. I respect your show. And believe me, I got something to say to that guy in response. But in respect to you, Steve, I'm not going to say what I got to say, because if I said what I was going to say, I'd light the radio on fire. And I don't want to do that, because I call this show to be constructive and to, talk about things that's going on in America, and not to talk about this individual. I'm not going to even mention his name. But like I said before, if in respect to you and your program, Steve, I'm going to keep my comments to myself, because I promise you I'd light up the radio if I said what I had to say to that guy. Now, are you ready for me to say what I got to say about the other thing?
Yeah, let's just move on to other things. That's a good idea.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm moving on. I'm a better man than that. I'm not in high school. I'm a grown man. I don't engage in that type of behavior. So I'm through with that guy. Now, let's move on with the other situation. I want to talk about Lazinski coming to the United States once again, begging for money. With this Joe Biden got the purse strings wide open for this guy. It's bad enough this guy. This is the second or third time that he has come to the United States, asking for money for this war, this endless war that's going on. We have financial problems here in America right now, Steve. We got people that are having all kind of problems right now. There's got to be something else that Joe Biden can do with this money besides give it to him. And like I said before, he hasn't proven to me and a lot of other people what he's actually doing with this money. So I think that the money needs to come to a stop, because it makes absolutely no sense to keep dumping money on this guy, $8, $10, $20 million a pop on this guy. At some point, it has to come to a stop. So, but we already know Joe Biden's not going to do that. So I don't even know why I'm wasting my time saying that. But that's what needs to happen. Now the second thing is, Steve, is the situation with Donald Trump once again. I listened to the Sean Hannity show today as I was driving, and what they are accomplishing, what they want to accomplish, these prosecutors and judges, these 3 individuals, judges that's running the deal, Jack Smith and the other 2 women, they are preoccupying Donald Trump come January with all these different trials. He's going to have to go. From what I heard Sean Hannity saying, he's going to have to be at these trials. He can't just pop in and pop out like he had on some of these other deals. He's going to have to be in the court. So that's going to take away from him from campaigning, going from city to city and doing his thing. But like I said, he's still in the lead right now. But they're accomplishing what they want to accomplish. They know that they really don't have a case, Steve. From what Sean Hannity said, these judges know that they really don't have a case against Donald Trump, but they're trying to preoccupy him and keep him off the campaign trail in 2024. And like I heard today, Steve, some bogus numbers again that these CNNs and all these people, they are at least they being halfway honest. They said that if we had the election today, that Donald Trump would win. But what they're lying about is the actual numbers. They're saying that Donald Trump would win 47 to like 45 or 44, something like that. I don't think it's that close. These numbers, it's got to be a higher number for Donald Trump running in first place. They're trying to make people jump off the Trump bandwagon, thinking that that there's no way he can win. His numbers are not high enough. But I believe that Donald Trump has a bigger lead than that. And as far as the other three candidates go, Steve, come January 1st, if they had any pride about themselves, the other three, which is DeSantis, the female from South Carolina, and Fat Boy Christie, if they had any pride about themselves, they would go ahead on and concede that they have no chance of catching Donald Trump and going on and backing Donald Trump. Because we got to, instead of trying to fight against Trump, if they really want to make America change again and get Biden out of the White House, they're going to have to make a move and jump on and say that they're going to support Donald Trump in his run for 2024 and forget about, because when you run it at 1% and 2% and 3%, you have no chance of catching Trump. Sometimes you just have to admit that it's over. So hopefully these individuals come January 1st, they'll do the right thing and put their backing and money with Donald Trump.
Right.
So we can get.
I didn't actually I didn't tune into the debate, the Republican debate last week, which there were only four on the stage. Now, Chris Christie was one. I did see after the fact a clip that when they went to a commercial break, I guess about halfway through the debate, Chris Christie actually came down and was angry with the moderators for not giving him enough time. And they said, well, you're only polling at 2%. What do you want?
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. The Biden administration is defending its veto of a UN resolution for an immediate Israel-Hamas ceasefire. State Department spokesman Matthew Miller.
While we support humanitarian pauses, we think a ceasefire that would allow the leadership of Hamas that plotted and planned October 7th and future attacks is one that's unacceptable.
The veto, issued during a recent emergency UN Security Council meeting, has drawn criticism from global leaders and human rights groups amid escalating civilian casualties in Gaza. The White House is raising concerns regarding indications that Israel might have improperly utilized U.S.-manufactured white phosphorus munitions.
Anytime that we provide items like white phosphorus to another military, it is with the full expectation that it'll be used in keeping with those legitimate purposes.
National Security Council spokesman John Kirby told reporters today that the administration intends to question Israeli officials about these allegations. Increasing numbers of Americans are choosing to travel by plane or car during the holiday season, indicating a continued rebound from the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. AAA is forecasting that over 115 million Americans will travel at least 50 miles during the last 10 days of the year, marking the highest projection since 2019. Special counsel Jack Smith is urging the Supreme Court to promptly determine whether former President Trump is immune from prosecution regarding alleged efforts to overturn the 2020 election. Smith emphasized the imperative public importance of resolving this issue swiftly to ensure the prompt advancement of Trump's federal election interference case scheduled for March. The Supreme Court also dismissing cases that challenge COVID-19 vaccine mandates for executive branch employees and military service members follows the president's repeal of the federal employee vaccine requirement in May and the Pentagon's repeal of its mandate in January. This is USA News.
Hey, here's a question. After you wear your clothes, you toss them in the washing machine, right? Nobody wants to wear dirty clothes. So how come you don't throw your shoes in the washing machine when they get dirty? I mean, come on. Your shoes are touching the filthy ground all day long. Gross. Well, with Skechers, you can. Because most Skechers are machine washable. That's right. Skechers are specially made so you can toss them right in the washing machine and keep them clean and looking new. And when they look new, you can confidently wear them longer. That's less shoes you're going to want to throw away, which means less waste. And it'll save you tons of dough. I love that. Plus, machine washable Skechers are for the whole family, men, women, and kids. So when your kids get their shoes dirty, and we know they will, just wash them. Brilliant. And even our latest technology, new hands-free Skechers slip-ins are washable. You just step right in and go without bending down or even touching your shoes. So give your Skechers the same treatment you give your clothes. Just toss them in the washing machine and keep them looking brand spanking new. Find machine washable Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear happens to be sold.
At least 6 people have been confirmed dead after tornadoes ripped through Middle Tennessee. Dave Collins has more.
3 of the victims were confirmed dead in the Nashville suburb of Madison. Nashville officials say they have teams assessing the damage and looking for victims after Saturday's tornadoes. 3 fatalities were also reported near Clarksville, where nearly 24 people have been reportedly injured.
The Air Force concluded that alleged leaker Jack Teixeira acted alone, even though they've disciplined 15 others for dereliction of duty. The investigation found the unit failed to respond adequately to Teixeira's intelligence-seeking activities. While there's no evidence of supervisor awareness, contributing factors to the leak involve insufficient inspection, inconsistent reporting of security incidents, and lack of supervision during night shift operations. In a special live event on Netflix next year, 2 prominent tennis stars, Rafael Nadal and Carlos Alcaraz, will face off in the Netflix Slam on March 3rd at the Michelob Ultra Arena in Las Vegas. The one-night exhibition will showcase additional players and matchups, with details to be announced by Netflix at a later date. A Rocky Mountain spotted fever outbreak in Southern California has resulted in 3 deaths, according to a December 8th health advisory from the CDC. The 5 reported cases all involved individuals who recently traveled to or lived in Tecate, Mexico. The CDC expressed concern about potential growth in the outbreak as more migrants are allowed to cross the border. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
my cue, I realize. Yeah, back at it. Another hour underway. Here we go. What's going on? Hope you had a good Monday. We close out the greatest day of the week. It's always a good thing. So, yeah, Tuesday coming on here, 12th day of December. And if you're looking at the app, pay no attention to the date. Coming up, we'll get other industry headlines, several others to fill you in on. Mentioned on last evening's program, these various email threats going out to schools around the country, apparently. Last week, California, Texas was in the mix. Yes, over the weekend, it was the state of Ohio. I mean, all over the state. When they talk about, quote, terrorist organizations, isn't the premise of being, terrorism is to strike fear, to strike terror, to have everybody scared. And I guess I can, from a personal standpoint, say that it's having an impact on some of the youth. I can speak on behalf of my own grandson, who just moved from elementary school to his first year in middle school. It's got him kind of had a conversation with me this past evening when I got up, and he's kind of concerned. A lot of kids didn't go to school on Monday all over the state of Ohio. The FBI was investigating. They're saying that there's no credibility to any of this. It's what they call a swatting campaign. Not credible. And although the threats are determined not credible, it's still smart to play it safe, is the way they put it. Just last week, grandson had an incident. Of course, again, this is his first year in the new school. And got on the bus for the bus ride home, and a student on the bus apparently had a pepper spray or something of that nature, and deployed pepper spray on the bus. So the bus obviously didn't get to leave the school. Then they found the culprit. It was actually a little girl apparently did it. And he's talking about, Papa, there's sixth graders smoking weed in the bathroom. And then he hears about these bomb threats, and he said, "I've got a bunch of friends. They're not going to go to school again tomorrow." And we allowed him to stay home this past day, as so many around the region did. He doesn't feel safe in school. I said, do you have a security guard in school? He said, yeah, we've got one officer, but he doesn't have a gun. All he has is a taser. So kids kind of concerned. Now, I'll take you to, again, this was all over the state of Ohio yesterday. Multiple schools in the state had increased security Monday because of emailed bomb threats. Threat found to be not credible. This out of Toledo, Ohio, said Lake Township and the superintendent of Perrysburg schools, who both say they were having an increased police presence at the schools Monday. Several schools had received a bomb threat email Sunday from the account claiming to be a Russian organization targeting American schools. Investigators have determined these emails were part of a swatting campaign. They really believed it was non-credible. It's a threat, it's a hoax, but when it comes to the safety of the kids, we can't just dismiss things like that right off to the bat, according to the Lake Township police chief. Lake High School was one of those districts to receive the threats. Now, even if a threat seems to be fake, you have to err on the side of caution, not only for the safety, but for the peace of mind. We don't want our parents scared to death to send their kids to school, and we don't want the kids scared. So the police are there to make it a little easier. Perrysburg was another district that received the email. There was added attentiveness to the schools this past day. Certainly anytime things like this happen, you got to take it seriously. You got to take it to the next level of awareness. The superintendent there said, I think we've done that here as well. They did send a notice to parents Sunday night. And police presence was consistent on Monday. Holzer said, you can think of all the things you want, but you just don't know. So it goes back to the kind of expression, trust, but verify. You trust this is a hoax. You might think it is, but you got to verify that that is indeed the fact. Got to do everything we can. I mean, we always ask everybody in this post-September 11 world, if you see something that looks suspicious, call us. We'll check it. Yet nothing is a silly call to us if it makes you comfortable or uncomfortable, whatever it would be. Indeed, the FBI was on investigating these threats. They indeed released a statement Monday saying, in part, they're aware of the hoax incidents and taking the threat seriously. They asked you report any and all suspicious activity or individual to your local law enforcement. But yes, looking to strike fear into the youth around this country, if indeed that is even coming from some sort of a Russian organization. Let me get back and, yes, Eagle, let you finish up here. Welcome back, Eagle.
Yeah. Like you said, Steve, man, talk about what you were saying right quick before I get back to what I was on. These threats at these schools and, anybody who does that, if they find out who this individual is, they need to be prosecuted, for interrupting the school day, with these fake claims. It always happens, at the end of the school year or, towards the holidays when the kids are almost out of school. You get these people that pranksters that want to make these anonymous threats and stuff, about bombs and other things, in schools. And they got to shut the school down and go look for these bombs, interrupt the day, it makes no sense. There's nothing to play with, these pranksters. There's nothing funny about it. But for some reason, these people don't have nothing else to do at the time. It's really a shame, like you said, your grandson is scared to go to school. That's a damn shame that he got to be worried about something like that. But that's the society that we live in nowadays, unfortunately, Steve. It's really a damn shame what's going on. Because I know I can speak for myself. I didn't have to worry when I was in school. I didn't have to worry about this type of garbage. Somebody walking into school with a gun and gunning down people and all that. It's just crazy what's going on nowadays. But yeah, Steve, getting back to the deal with Trump right quick. And one other thing, like I said, they're just trying to preoccupy his time, like Hannity said, and some of his guests would keep him occupied in the courtrooms, from flying from New York City to Atlanta, Georgia, to Washington, D.C., and any other city that they decide to throw an indictment on him on. So he's gonna be preoccupied with that. But he has a big enough lead to where he could, like I say, he doesn't even have to show up for the debates. And there shouldn't be any more debates as far as I'm concerned with the Republicans. I think you said they got some more scheduled. I don't know why, because like you said, these people were running at 2% and 3% and 5%. They said everything that they had to say. Vivek, he's about to, only got us, halfway talking any kind of common sense. And like I said, he's a little bit too young right now to get into the White House. Maybe at 28 he can be ready to make a move. But like I said, all the rest of them, they ought to just go ahead January 1st and go ahead and concede that Trump is the man for the Republicans and put their backing towards him and try to make this thing happen. Because Joe Biden, from what I'm understanding now, Steve, you said it and a couple other people have said it. The only reason some people believe that Joe Biden is sticking around, he doesn't really want to be president again for 4 more years. He's trying to do this because he wants to pardon his son Hunter for these charges that they just threw against him, and then he's gonna go off into the sunset. From what some people believe, that he's just waiting for these charges to come down, and he's gonna pardon his son, his loser son, and then he's gonna fade off. Believe it or not, Steve, from what I'm hearing, it's hard to believe that they would trust somebody like Kamala Harris, but believe it or not, they actually think that Kamala is the man for the job for the next 4 years. I can't believe the Democrats are that stupid, but that's what I'm hearing, that Kamala could be the man for the deal if Gavin Newsom. It's between those two right now, but Joe Biden won't be in the picture from what I'm understanding in 24. So hopefully, so we'll see how that turns out. But as far as Hunter goes, you know what the deal is with him. He's the lowest of the low when it comes to what he's done in his past and what he's all about. For what I'm understanding, I think that I even heard Steve. Well, I don't know if it's factual, but I heard that he even had a relationship with his dead brother's wife after the man had died. You don't get no lower than that to have sex with your own brother's wife after the man's in the graveyard. So that just shows you what kind of a individual Hunter Biden is. Now, one last thing before I hang out with you, Steve, and that's concerning this other deal that's going down. What Brain there was talking about when he was saying about some of these foreign drivers that's coming in. Yes, I have noticed that there are a lot of foreigners out there now driving these trucks, and a lot of them don't obey the rules. They want to make up their own rules. You know, I used to wonder, Steve, a couple of months ago, about a year or so, I would wake up in the morning and I would see a truck parked in the driveway of a truck stop, or parked on a fuel pump, or parked in a place where it's not supposed to be parked. And I would say, well, why would somebody park their truck in the middle of the driveway when other trucks are coming and going? And then I woke up one morning and I saw the guy get inside the truck, and it seems to be the same people that's getting inside of these trucks when I see them illegally parked. They seem to want to make up their rules. I don't know how they drive in the country where they come from, but it seems like they want to make up their own rules and do their own thing in America. And it's causing a lot of problems because these guys are doing a lot of things that shouldn't be done, such as, especially throwing their garbage on the ground, Steve. Mm-hmm. It's really an embarrassment. I don't know if you do a lot of traveling, Steve, and maybe I don't know if you're traveling for the Christmas, but if you drive by some of these off ramps where these trucks are parking at night because there's no parking, it's really a damn shame with all the trash and garbage that you see on these ramps where these guys sleep at night and then don't even have the decency to throw their trash in a can. When they wake up in the morning, they roll the glass down and throw it out the window and hit the road and let somebody else pick it up. And it's really sad how some of these so-called professional truck drivers conduct themselves in America. That's the reason why we have such a bad reputation. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right, Eagle. Hey, good to have you with us here on a Tuesday. Be safe out there. And there you go. That frees up another line at 844-844-3388. Looks like an early morning fire in the Chicago area. Several semi-truck cabs damaged by a large early morning fire in south suburban Harvey. Started about 3 o'clock in the morning at the Ford Transportation Trucking Company. More than a dozen semi-truck cabs in the center of the lot damaged. The building, the trucking company's building, was left unscathed. A video recorded by a neighbor showed clouds of smoke, flames coming from the area. The neighbor described what he heard as a huge explosion. Explosion after explosion that woke my family up out of their sleep. He said it kind of sounded like mortar fire, but it was really huge. Kind of sounded like a war zone, and I was concerned about my safety. And as far as what's in the smoke, there are some industrial companies back here. Not sure what they're hauling. Unclear if any hazardous materials were stored in that truck lot. Said Harvey official did not provide further details. Cause of the fire is under investigation. I can't help it. Were there any electric trucks back there? Maybe by chance, just possibility. I'm sure they're looking into all that. Again, it's 21 past the hour. 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, good to have you with us. Time of the year, Christmas parades. In this case, lighten up the night. And it was a Christmas semi-truck parade that lit up the night in Myrtle Creek, Oregon over the weekend. I was looking at some of the photos. There's some beautiful trucks in there. The annual D.R. Johnson Memorial Timber Truckers Light Parade happened over the weekend at the town's holiday festivities. More than 50 trucks decorated with Christmas lights driving through the town as the city lit the Christmas tree, which the town, they call it Old Town Christmas. Yeah, your hot cocoa, coffee, cider, chili, and cookies handed out to passerby as the trucks made their way from the D.R. Johnson Lumber Company yard through downtown Riddle before making their way along Old Pacific Highway 99 into downtown Myrtle Creek, honking their horns, several even deploying sirens. But according to some who watched the parade, this was the first time since we've moved to Myrtle Creek that the weather's actually been good enough to watch. Yeah, I'm a parade girl, she said. I love parades, no matter where they are. Everybody looks forward to this all year long. It's a pretty big deal. Despite all the hype, for whatever reason, the turnout was rather low this year compared to what they had seen in the past. Not very many people out here. I said normally the street is just lined up with lots of people. It's been pretty sparse this year. All right, but yeah, beautiful trucks participating in that over the weekend. Well, good morning, Pappy.
Chapman, Steve. Wonder if D.C. is going to clean up the streets, get all the homeless off the sidewalk, lay down the red carpet, because the leader of Ukraine, Monica Lewinsky, is coming to town.
Zelensky.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
coming to town.
Well, was he not there? Was it yesterday? Was it like a video connection where he had, he spoke yesterday or something?
Yeah, I think he's supposed to talk to Congress, try to convince them to hand over some more money. Steve, here's the problem. Try to explain it like this, maybe. I mean, there's no hope for Ukraine. I don't care what the media's putting out there. Ukraine's done. Military's turning on him. If you got an old friend, right, lives several neighborhoods over, came to you in the past, he's an addict, you give him money to go get rehab, go get straight, he doesn't do it, he knocks on your door again 6 months later, you give him money. You keep giving him money, Steve. And he keeps knocking on your door. When you realize that there's no hope, do you keep giving him money?
Right.
That's the point here, Steve. There's no hope. Ukraine, this man better wake up, smell the coffee, sit down and work out a deal. Steve, all his 18 to 35-year-old men are either dead or fled the country. I think the average age of their soldiers is 43.
Okay. Yeah, was it you last week that said something about they sent a bunch of new soldiers to the front lines, and they were 40, 50-something-year-old people, right?
Yeah, it was a video they put out.
Wow.
They were even up in their 50s and 60s. So that's the point here, and we don't have it to give. Hate to say it, but he's probably going to get it. If we don't shut this border down ASAP, these guys, the House better stick to their guns here and get some money to close this border. That's all there is to it. I don't know. We'll see, man. I told you from the very beginning, Steve, the day Russia crossed the line, that Ukraine don't stand a chance against Russia, man. Come on. And if Monica thinks they're going to go back to the lines that were made, back in 91 or 92,
yeah, I mean, he's trying to talk about taking back Crimea. I mean, because they took Crimea, 2014, I think? Yeah, hold the thought. We have to pause there.
USA News Update. The special counsel prosecuting former President Trump wants the Supreme Court to immediately decide Trump's immunity claim. White House correspondent John Decker.
It may just decide, you know what, we're not going to step in at this point. Or it may say, you know what, this is a very important issue. We need to resolve this issue right now.
The Supreme Court said they will consider the expedited request. The Biden administration defends its veto of a UN resolution for an immediate Israel-Hamas ceasefire. They express concerns that a general ceasefire could empower Hamas leaders to control Gaza and plan future attacks on Israel. Israeli forces are engaged in clashes with Hamas fighters in Gaza's two largest cities today, marking the third month of the ongoing conflict. Simultaneously, Qatari officials are making efforts to resume negotiations for the release of hostages. John Schaefer, USA News.
President Biden recently released a massive $6 trillion budget, the largest budget in U.S. history. And guess who pays the bill? That's right, you, the American taxpayer. American citizens and business owners will be paying more taxes. That's a fact. And if you owe back taxes, they will be coming after you to collect payments. In fact, President Biden also hired thousands more IRS agents to go after you. If you got a letter from the IRS and you know you owe back taxes or you haven't filed in years, don't put your head in the sand. Call us today. We've saved our customers millions of tax dollars. One quick, free phone call will show you how we can reduce your past tax bill and save you thousands. Guaranteed, or you pay nothing. Call now.
800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. That's 800-511-6046.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, here's the rest of the scoop on Zelensky. I pulled it up here. All right, he's actually slated to visit the White House today, Tuesday, as the aid package for the war-torn country remains stalled in Congress. Apparently, Biden invited Zelensky for a meeting at the White House to underscore our unshakable commitment to supporting the people of Ukraine as they defend themselves against Russia's brutal invasion. Let's see. I guess Karine Jean-Pierre says, as Russia ramps up its missile and drone strikes, the leaders will discuss Ukraine's urgent needs and the vital importance of the United States' continued support at this critical moment. Zelensky's visit, to less than a week after Senate Republicans last week blocked the bill that would provide aid to Ukraine and Israel in their respective fights against Russia and Hamas, citing the lack of border provisions for the U.S., and have repeatedly insisted on withholding votes unless satisfactory remedies for our border are attached to the motion. In a 49-51 vote, 49 yeas, 51 nays, Bernie Sanders voted with every Republican against the measure. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer switched his vote to no to allow him to bring the bill back up again in the future. The $111 billion supplemental package, the one that Biden requested back in October. Most of this, as we know, 62 billion goes to Ukraine. There is supposedly some funds for our Indo-Pacific allies. humanitarian aid in Gaza. In the wake of such divisions among lawmakers, preventing passage of Ukraine aid, the White House warned congressional leaders that the government is out of money and nearly out of time to continue giving aid to Ukraine. Now, we're actually approaching the 2-year mark this winter, which is undoubtedly prompting many lawmakers to express their hesitancy to continue offering aid. Yeah, Pappy made the good parallel there. I mean, at what point do you keep giving money, throwing good money after bad, and when it's almost like you feel like this could drag on for years and years, but there's really no hope unless they sit down and try to come up with some sort of a resolution. They have to agree on something. Ukraine is trying to say they're not going to cede anything. They're not going to give any land, any territory back to Russia. They're going to have to give up something.
Steve, I think I said it maybe 3-4 weeks ago, a couple weeks ago. You watch. This is going to come to an end here real soon. The next question is going to be rebuilding Ukraine. Steve, they're talking $500 billion. They're going to be wanting to rebuild Ukraine.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Little meeting between the big guy, right? I bet you here's how this meeting's going to go down, Steve. Him and Monica are going to go in the Oval Office there, and he's going to say, hey, Joe Buff, come on, man, be a shame if I don't get this money, man. You know, certain secrets, records that I keep under my pillow just might happen to get released. Well, how's the big guy going to respond to that, man?
Well, that would be akin to like a turnaround as fair play, because that's pretty much what Joe did how many years ago when he went in there and said, you're going to fire this guy or you ain't getting the money.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Big Joe's going to be, come on, man. I'm having trouble controlling these mega terrorists in the house. They're going to keep coming back, Steve, and coming back for money. It's okay. The war's over. We need to rebuild Ukraine.
Yeah.
Mark my words. Hey, man, I don't know I've been off, so I haven't heard too much about these school threats. Steve, you know, if you create the fear, you're able to create the solution. How many times have I said that? Who's behind this? What's the purpose? What's the motive?
Right.
Is it just a bunch of illegals crossing? Maybe some Chinese or whatever doing this? Muslims? Little Junior sitting in his basement doing this. Who's doing this, and what's the motive?
Right. I mean, all these emails supposedly, I mean, the reports say they're coming from a, quote, Russian-based terror organization. But, we all know you can manipulate computers to make something being sent from China looks like it comes from Russia or any other country. You could be sitting in a basement here in the U.S. and make it look like it came from India or Russia.
Steve, that laptop was Russian disinformation. Yeah. We got 54 former CIA officials that signed off saying that. This is just the beginning, Steve. Just the beginning of what we're in for. Man, I hate to say this. I really do, but daggone it, Steve. How many times have I talked about that seminar I went to about the Bosnian Russia takeover of that school? We got so many terrorists in this country right now. Man, I pray to God, and I'm not using his name in vain, that this does not happen here. Because if it does, you're talking about shutting down every school in this country. Democrats are freaking out, Steve. They are really freaking out over these poll numbers. Even in Michigan, even the swing states that Trump supposedly lost in 2020. The poll numbers, Steve, if they are correct, man, you can't even steal an election when the poll numbers are as high as they are. Somebody was talking about that on, Don, I don't know if it was Bongino or Hannity, talking about the percentage, that, hey, if they can cheat by 5%, 3%, we just need to outvote them by that percentage. Steve, if the poll numbers are, I don't want to use the term red wave because we've seen that and seen how that went before. But if these numbers, if we can come out and retake this country, this next election, we got hope. And everywhere Trump goes, man, Steve, they can lock that man up. I don't care what they do. They lock him up. Ain't nobody changing. None of the MAGA supporters are going to change their votes. It's not happening. Unless something seriously bad happens to him. If he's still breathing air, Steve, the man is going to get the MAGA supporters' vote. I don't care if he's in jail or where he's at. Even if he's not on the ticket, we will write his name in. Bongino brought up a good point that we would like to have Biden actually run. It's not probably going to happen. But we can beat Biden. And they know it. So when are they going to get him out? He was making the point that if we could keep him in as long as possible, let all the donors spend all their money on Biden's campaign, right? And then at the end, Biden drops out, resigns so he can pardon his son. Marla Tackles takes over, pardons him. If it's late in the game, Steve, everybody spent their wad on Biden. So all these millions and millions of dollars are going to be going to anybody else's campaign advertisement. So that's a good point. So we'll see when this all goes down. But man, what an interesting year, Steve. I'm telling you, we are in for. Hopefully we look back at this and say, man, that was some of the best time to be alive. Everything going on here. We lived through it and tell about it.
Yeah, we could only hope, yeah. Well, I mean, who's going to be the knight in shining armor? Who's going to ride in on the white horse to rescue the Democrat Party? And because we're still going to have that never Trump crowd. Most Democrats are never Trump anyway, and there's that Republican faction that are not Trumpers. Who they're going to be able to say that everybody's going to rally around them?
Well, Steve, my prediction. Everybody's talking about Newsom. I still think it's going to be Michelle.
You've said that several times. Okay.
Yeah. The only problem I can see with this is that, Steve, they're not protecting Biden. They're protecting Obama. Who was president when all these shenanigans were going on?
Right.
Which is the point. You mean to tell me Obama didn't know what Biden was doing? Come on, man. Think about it. So the only thing I can think, but the media, will cover. These are knight in shining armor. So if Michelle jumps in the race, I don't know if that could maybe be the only problem, if he wants to have his name in the limelight again, so to speak, bring more heat on him. So I don't know, man. We'll see, but it's going to be interesting. I just don't know who else they got, Steve, that would pump up the far left Democrat Party. I just, who do they don't have anybody. No one. They can't run on anything. They have nothing to run on but throw Trump in jail. Don't even let him run is their only hope. All right, my man. Looks like it's going to be a pretty day tomorrow.
Are we going to warm up a little bit? Hallelujah.
Yeah, sun's supposed to be out. So maybe try to get out there with a leaf blower. Maybe blow some leaves around. See something in the yard.
Have you finished mowing the lawn? You cut the grass? I mean, your daughter said something about you're always wanting to cut the damn grass. Is that true?
Well, yeah. You got to get exercise in, Steve. When you drive around in the car all night, well, half the night, you got to get some exercise in. So there's a lot of times where the grass really needs cut or not. I get out there, fire a lawnmower up. Come on, man, cut the grass.
Yeah.
Use it as a leaf blower too, man. Rather than get out there and rake the leaves, I'll go there with a lawnmower and just cut them up. Cut them up in the mulch. All right, my brother.
Have a good morning.
Be safe, Steve.
Thank you.
Thanks for taking the call. I appreciate it.
You got it. That's what we're here for. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
As the truck parking issue continues to be of national concern, some relief may be in the offing in the Sunshine State. Florida's Governor DeSantis has unveiled his transportation budget for the coming fiscal year, which includes $25 million for truck parking, dubbed Focus on Florida's Future. Budget proposal for fiscal year 24-25. The plan includes $15.6 billion for transportation to target critical congestion relief and safety project. The proposal allows the Florida Department of Transportation to continue to be a leader in transportation technology and infrastructure as we prepare, as the population continues to grow. It's crucial we have a robust transportation network to support the state. According to the Florida Transportation Secretary, this budget proposal reaffirms the department's commitment to addressing congestion relief improving safety on the roadways, and strengthening our supply chain. $14.5 billion for projects in the Florida DOT's work program. Yeah, $5.4 billion for highway maintenance and construction, $1.9 billion in resurfacing, $381.7 million for scheduled repairs, 62 bridges and replacement of 15 bridges, $109.6 million in seaport investments, $997.7 million in rail and transit investments, $210.1 million in safety initiatives, another $630 million to be allotted for the second phase of what they call the Moving Florida Forward Infrastructure Initiative to expedite 20 projects to relieve traffic congestion. All right, so $25 million for truck parking there in the state of Florida. Speaking of Florida, well, there's Philip. Good morning. Hey, let me double click here. There it goes. Morning, Philip.
Hey, buddy. Yeah, I wonder if he's going to make these rest areas down here a little bit bigger where the guys can go in and get some sleep. What do you think, Steve?
$25 million. I don't know. That could. I guess you got to buy some land. You got to pave the land and.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'm getting ready to go by the Longwood rest area, and I can guarantee you that it's full with the guys right now just hanging out.
Yeah.
You know, and they have put up signs: "Don't park here, don't park there," and yet they want to get truck parking. But it's I don't know. It confuses me to death out here. I mean, I'm going by the northbound side, well, actually be the eastbound side over here right now, and this rest area on the eastbound side is just trucks, and it's moderately full. But I guarantee you, I go down here on the westbound side, which I'll be going by there in just a few moments, and it's going to be packed out to the door with trucks. It always is, and it's the thing. Florida, we have more trucks coming in than we do going out. As far as the freight. And I don't know, let's just see what happens. I guess we didn't make our schedule last night, Steve. We had to cancel again. Did you hear?
I see. I guess they canceled. They postponed both. Are they? I think they're still on track maybe for a double launch now tonight, Tuesday night. Is that right?
Yeah, they're going to go tonight. They had some kind of ground issue on that Falcon Heavy.
Yeah.
And but as far as the other one, they didn't comment about the other one. But I know what it is. Elon Musk wants to get both of those flights off in the way they're scheduled and show everybody that they can do it. They want to do it. They want to set it up. Eventually, I think Elon Musk wants to shoot a rocket every hour if he can. It's just a timing thing. And I don't know. That little plane, I don't know what's going on with that little X-plane, but something's cooking with that thing. Why would you want to use a Falcon Heavy to put that thing up there? They can put it on a regular Falcon rocket and shoot it up there. So they're going high for some reason, and I know there's people out there doing it. They've been doing it for years. It's been ever since the internet and all the satellites that have been launched so far. They can actually watch something and see where it goes anytime, anywhere in the world now. And I got a feeling when the Air Force, when this rocket takes off tomorrow, they're gonna be a ton of people watching this thing to see where it goes, just to see where that little plane goes. Because they got something cooking with that thing, and I don't know what it is, but it's going to go very high. It's going to go into geo orbit. That's how high it's going to go. It's not going to be low Earth orbit.
So the idea of the Falcon Heavy is it's going to have the power, the strength to get further up, you're saying?
Absolutely. The Falcon Heavy is made to haul weight and go high. That's what that rocket's made to do. It's made to haul weight, and it's made to go high. So all your satellites that are really in a high orbit, when they've used that Falcon Heavy, they go into a high orbit. Now, here's the thing. That center section of that rocket, they can bring it back if they choose to, if they don't go as high. But this one here, they're going to expend it, which means they're going to let it burn up in the atmosphere. So the two outer stages are going to come back and land at the Cape. But that center section is going to be expended. And when they mean that, that means it's going to burn up into the atmosphere. They are going up there really high if they're going to do that, because that center one's going to give them the push to go to the high orbit. So they're taking that little guy up pretty high. I mean, really high. You know, if you had, like, say that Webb satellite, or that Webb telescope, can you imagine putting one of those on a Falcon Heavy? You could have put that thing up there really quick to where it's at now, a lot quicker. So, just have to see how it plays out. Now, the other one is a Falcon. It's just a Starlink mission with 23 satellites for Starlinks. So, that's you know, we'll get it off when we get it off. But that Falcon Heavy one with that X-37, that's a big deal. When that airplane comes, or when that shuttle, it's a little mini space shuttle, when it comes back, that thing's just loud, man. I mean, it's loud. It's louder than an F-14 or something like that when the sonic booms. I mean, it is loud.
And it's always like secretive missions with the X-37, you know, secretive military stuff. But hey, we will pause there for news break.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. The Biden administration is defending its veto of a UN resolution for an immediate Israel-Hamas ceasefire. State Department spokesman Matthew Miller.
While we support humanitarian pauses, we think a ceasefire that would allow the leadership of Hamas that plotted and planned October 7th and future attacks is one that's unacceptable.
The veto, issued during a recent emergency UN Security Council meeting, has drawn criticism from global leaders and human rights groups amid escalating civilian casualties in Gaza. The White House is raising concerns regarding indications that Israel might have improperly utilized U.S.-manufactured white phosphorus munitions.
Anytime that we provide items like white phosphorus to another military, it is with the full expectation that it'll be used in keeping with those legitimate purposes.
National Security Council spokesman John Kirby told reporters today that the administration intends to question Israeli officials about these allegations. Increasing numbers of Americans are choosing to travel by plane or car during the holiday season, indicating a continued rebound from the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. AAA is forecasting that over 115 million Americans will travel at least 50 miles during the last 10 days of the year, marking the highest projection since 2019. Special counsel Jack Smith is urging the Supreme Court to promptly determine whether former President Trump is immune from prosecution regarding alleged efforts to overturn the 2020 election. Smith emphasized the imperative public importance of resolving this issue swiftly to ensure the prompt advancement of Trump's federal election interference case scheduled for March. The Supreme Court also dismissing cases that challenge COVID-19 vaccine mandates for executive branch employees and military service members. Follows the president's repeal of the federal employee vaccine requirement in May and the Pentagon's repeal of its mandate in January. This is USA News.
Hey, here's a question. After you wear your clothes, you toss them in the washing machine, right? Nobody wants to wear dirty clothes. So how come you don't throw your shoes in the washing machine when they get dirty? I mean, come on. Your shoes are touching the filthy ground all day long. Gross. Well, with Skechers, you can. Because most Skechers are machine washable. That's right. Skechers are specially made so you can toss them right in the washing machine and keep them clean and looking new. And when they look new, you can confidently wear them longer. That's less shoes you're going to want to throw away, which means less waste. And it'll save you tons of dough. I love that. Plus, machine washable Skechers are for the whole family, men, women, and kids. So when your kids get their shoes dirty, and we know they will, just wash them. Brilliant. And even our latest technology, new hands-free Skechers slip-ins are washable. You just step right in and go without bending down or even touching your shoes. So give your Skechers the same treatment you give your clothes. Just toss them in the washing machine and keep them looking brand spanking new. Find machine washable Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear happens to be sold.
At least 6 people have been confirmed dead after tornadoes ripped through Middle Tennessee. Dave Collins has more.
3 of the victims were confirmed dead in the Nashville suburb of Madison. Nashville officials say they have teams assessing the damage and looking for victims after Saturday's tornadoes. 3 fatalities were also reported near Clarksville, where nearly 24 people have been reportedly injured.
The Air Force concluded that alleged leaker Jack Teixeira acted alone, even though they've disciplined 15 others for dereliction of duty. The investigation found the unit failed to respond adequately to Teixeira's intelligence-seeking activities. While there's no evidence of supervisor awareness, contributing factors to the leak involve insufficient inspection, inconsistent reporting of security incidents, and lack of supervision during night shift operations. In a special live event on Netflix next year, 2 prominent tennis stars, Rafael Nadal and Carlos Alcaraz, will face off in the Netflix Slam on March 3rd at the Michelob Ultra Arena in Las Vegas. The one-night exhibition will showcase additional players and matchups, with details to be announced by Netflix at a later date. A Rocky Mountain spotted fever outbreak in Southern California has resulted in 3 deaths, according to a December 8th health advisory from the CDC. The 5 reported cases all involved individuals who recently traveled to or lived in Tecate, Mexico. The CDC expressed concern about potential growth in the outbreak as more migrants are allowed to cross the border. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, looky there. We cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Tuesday. Hope your week's off to a good start. Yeah, I pulled up the details as we left off there talking to Philip about what was expected to be a twofer evening, 2 launches within a matter of hours this past evening. Well, you got to be patient. It is now tonight, Tuesday night, to see a double SpaceX launch. With the second one seeing more than 20 Starlink satellites take off. If all works out, well, it could still be a double launch night for SpaceX, as the Falcon Heavy rocket will send up the US SF-52 mission that includes the Boeing space plane. That'll be the first launch of the evening. Originally, those 2 launches for Monday night were scrubbed. For the Starlink mission, the Falcon 9 is expected to leave the Space Launch Complex 40, Cape Canaveral Space Force Station at 11:02 p.m. Eastern Time. Backup launch attempts until 2:58 a.m. Eastern Wednesday morning. It's like a 4-hour window. That was supposed to take off at 11:05 this past evening. SpaceX pushed it back, but they didn't give a reason. Now, the 45th Weather Squadron is giving an 85% chance of good liftoff conditions tonight. Only concerns being liftoff winds, they say. Okay, they were originally going to launch the Starlink mission at 11 o'clock Eastern Sunday night. Weather did not play along. Mother Nature forced them to switch back to Monday evening, and again, for whatever reason, now flipping that back to tonight. So it could be a double launch kind of night. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. All right, welcome back, Philip. Thank you for hanging in there.
Yeah, it's the way those launches are set up, Steve, is the range. You know, the range is the area they have to clear everything off and keep it out of the way. And that might be one of the reasons why they're doing it with the second launch, pushing it off as well. So we'll just have to see. I know I heard you and Pappy talking about Ukraine. Now, it doesn't make common sense to me that this government that we have is facing a shutdown. But yeah, we're going to give money to these countries to help them out in their wars. And it's just common sense. You don't give nobody the money if you ain't got the money to give. You know what I mean? And that's, we got a shutdown. If our government is facing shutdown, we should not be contributing to anything that's going to go out of the country, in my opinion. What do you think, Steve?
I mean, there's no accountability, right? We already have lots and lots of questions about the billions that have already been sent, munitions and weapons showing up on the black market. I definitely can see where they want oversight of where this damn money is going.
Absolutely. You just can't give away anything anymore. You know, and it's something that we got to pay attention to. And a lot of folks are puzzled about Ukraine still. Russia wants Ukraine for a reason. If you look at Crimea is where a lot of their bases are, and a lot of their military is based out of Crimea. That's the reason why they wanted Crimea. Okay? They want Ukraine because the land in Ukraine is a lot more fertile than the land is in Russia. And they have a lot better chance of growing crops, generating food for their folks in Ukraine than they do in Russia. And that's why they want Ukraine. The problem with this war is, it's one of the biggest problems, is that Russia is destroying a lot of the land that they need by all the war activity that's going on. You know, think about this, Steve. We're looking at Israel destroying Gaza. Now, have you seen the pictures of Gaza since they went in there and did all the bombing and everything, Steve?
Leveled.
Okay, so think about this. Okay, to get that place back to what it needs to be, just to be normal, it's going to take a heck of a lot of dough, a lot of money. I mean, you're talking, this place has tunnels underneath it. It's already been bombed, all these buildings, and these buildings have fallen down onto that land. And there ain't no telling how far down in the ground they've bombed them into with all these stones. So that place is just going to be a big pit when it's done. Okay? I think you're kind of giving money to something that ain't going to happen. You know what? I mean, look at Lebanon. Look at Beirut. Look at all the stuff that's happened in Beirut. And it's just coming back. Beirut is nowhere near being completed yet. And Gaza, it's going to take years for Gaza to come back after the war stops. And it ain't stopped yet, just like the deal in Ukraine. That hasn't stopped yet. So, but we'll have to just see how it works out, Steve. I appreciate you having me. Thanks for having me.
All right, good to hear from you, Philip. Thank you very much. And I am kind of surprised to hear in the news that the United States vetoed that whole UN resolution to try to order a ceasefire. Surprise, surprise. Yeah, we're obviously pretty much saying Israel, that they're going to proceed with, the objective of trying to eliminate Hamas once and for all. Is it academically even possible? It's a mindset. All children that are living, Palestinian children that are living today, very young, that are living through all this at this point in time, 15, 20 years from now, they'll be the next generation who have just as much hatred of Israel and the Jews as the Hamas leadership right now. It's just kind of like the revolving cycle that goes over and over and essentially never ends. Hey, real quick before we get back to the calls here, if you'd like to know anybody that'd like to advertise on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, you maybe know someone who'd be interested. Maybe you have a favorite story you'd like to hear advertising on the program. Just let us know, and we can hook you up with some free Steve Summers Overnight Drive swag. It's pretty simple. Go to overnightdriveradio.com. There's a little link there. Click on Advertise with Us. Or you can send an email to Mindy at lubricationspecialties.com. Love to hear from you. In the meantime, 844-3388. See what's going on with the anonymous hippopotamus, I believe. Morning.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. So anyways, you remember we were talking about that Omaha steak deal, burger deal there that was advertised there in the USA News, and I don't know if you noticed or not, but they don't seem to be playing it tonight. I either I missed it or I don't know. Maybe it's there and I missed it, but I haven't heard it. But I actually made the purchase yesterday, Your Honor.
Did you?
So I was been trying to find it on their website and couldn't find it on their website. There is that Burger Perfection Flight.
Mm-hmm.
There's a package that's called that, but it's $149. It's not the $79, and if you use the $20 treat promo code to get that and free shipping, and you can't find any of that on the website. So I called and talked to a nice lady, and I don't know if she was just making it up, but she said she found it, and I said, well, I'd like to order it. And she said, well, that's not a problem there, and I've ordered other things from them before, and they they had some of my information just because my phone number and that, and people that I've shipped to before, and kind of set it up. And I said, so it's $79 there, right? The cost of the package. And I said, I'd like to use the promo code TREAT. She says, well, that's not an active promo code right now. I said, well, I've been listening to it on the radio program that I listen to, plays this USA News.
Yeah.
And, for at least the last couple of weeks, they've been advertising this, right along every hour.
Yeah.
And she's like, well, if you heard it on the program, we won't, we'll honor that. And so they gave me the $20 off and the free shipping. So I got the 16 burgers for the 59. But I don't know. I think somebody might have got a hold of USA News from Omaha Steak and might have pulled the spot, because when I Googled that to try to that Burger Perfection flight at $79.99, it was coming up with spring dates. Spring of 2023, like April and May.
Really?
Of things. Yeah. So I think somebody made a mistake and was playing an ad they weren't supposed to be playing. But anyways, I don't know. That happens every now and then in the radio world and TV world. Sometimes an advertisement gets stuck in their computers and all that, and can't blame it on the guy at the control board anymore with the carts anymore, right? The little cassette cart thing there.
Because they don't exist. That is correct. No, they're gone, long gone.
But anyway, so I ended up with it, but I don't know if anybody else can get it again, and I probably can't get another one myself. But anyways, I just thought I'd let you know about that. And so, have you seen any of the controversy from the Kansas City Chiefs game there at all? Have you heard anything about that, or seen anything of it?
Seen a whole lot of memes with the quarterback, crying like a little baby, and I don't know. Some saying that technically what was the guy actually offsides? I mean, his foot looks like he was pretty much right on the line. I don't know. A lot of controversy there.
Yeah, well. Yeah, so there was a couple of things that went on there. Of course, they showed the TV broadcast. I saw the TV broadcast, and they panned up and showed Taylor Swift there in the box, and the TV announcer called Taylor Swift his wife. Whoops. Yeah. So he had to back up and say girlfriend, real quick. He realized what he'd done and had to back up and say that.
Yeah.
But then I guess he was wearing a pair of shoes there that said something about supporting Israel, and I guess there's some controversy about that. But didn't the NFL have a big thing that, they own the uniform that the players wear, and, the NFL can only state what a player can have on their uniform?
I believe, yes. Yeah.
So I'm just wondering, if there'll be any outcome of that, what'll come about of that or not. And so
who was it that wore? That wore the socks a couple of years ago that had like the pigs, but they had police hats on, referring to the police as pigs.
Yeah. Well, you had that, but you remember the Dallas Cowboys? They wanted to have something on their uniform there to support the officers that were killed, and the NFL told them absolutely not.
Yeah.
So I don't know. So anyways, I guess with all that, we'll let you go. We're just pulling in the oil refinery now here, so we'll cut you loose and take a quick cigarette break here on the propane loading rack, and maybe we can call back and talk about that hours of service deal. I don't know.
The propane thing. Yeah, I was thinking about along that lines, the 30-day, because this is the time of year that they may need the emergency declaration. We need our propane, like right now. Thank you much. It is 19 past the hour of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Had an update from FreightWaves this past day, stating that several trucking companies that hauled loads for Convoy, the digital freight brokerage that shut down in October, stating that the defunct company owes them thousands of dollars for loads they had completed before Convoy closed. It had some 80,000 carriers in its network and more than 500 employees. Convoy employees told its carriers that all loads were suspended. One former employee told FreightWaves he assumes that a company was going to acquire Convoy, while another believed there was just a temporary outage of the load board. Instead, both wrong. The freight brokerage shuttering on October 19, most of the 500-odd employees immediately laid off with no severance, save for a small team of workers. On November 1, Flexport, a digital freight forwarder, announced they were acquiring Convoy's technology, but none of their liabilities or assets. Since 2015, Convoy had built itself as an app that would empower small trucking businesses, including the individual owner-operators and small fleets, to eliminate waste from the supply chain, chiefly through freeing up truck capacity to the market. On that mission, the Seattle-based startup had attracted nearly $1 billion in funding from the big leagues: Amazon's founder Jeff Bezos, Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates, prominent firms like T. Rowe Price, Capital G. That cash seems rather elusive now. Where'd it go? The sudden shutdown has left Convoy carriers scrambling for work during a freight downturn. It's also left several saying they are owed thousands of dollars, work they completed in the final days that the company existed. FreightWaves spoke to 3 carriers that said they've been unable to recover payments. Each provided documentation indicated that they had not received payments for loads completed. FreightWaves also spoke to 2 former Convoy employees who worked with carriers. One source familiar with the wind-down operation said it was important to Convoy that those carriers were paid. They added that the reduced workforce remaining with the company after the shutdown paid the vast majority of carriers. Not clear how many total carriers are actually owed money. FreightWaves received an automated reply after reaching out to a human resources email address, which a former employee provided in November to a driver seeking a payment. Hercules Capital, Convoy's lender, did not respond to request for comment from FreightWaves as well. The former CEO and co-founder of Convoy, Dan Lewis, also declined to comment on the record for this particular story. Would that be cue ball?
That would be.
Wow, man, it's been a while.
Are you there?
You've been crossing my mind. Where you been? Yeah. Everything going all right?
Oh yeah, things are going good. So a bunch of nonsense with my parents and my crazy sister, but whatever, it is what it is. I'll get on with it. But I called about this thing with Ukraine. I've been thinking for a while. A lot of people don't kind of realize how this whole thing with them started. So, if you go back and you play old audio of Biden, I think Kamala Harris as well, they started talking about
Ukraine becoming part of NATO.
Correct.
And that's when Putin started amassing forces at the border. Being like, no, it's not.
Bingo.
It's not happening. And I'm like, no one that I know is sitting here saying Putin's a great guy. Okay? However, he is the president of Russia. With that being said, wouldn't it make sense that he needs to do what's in the best interest of Russia? And NATO is not in the best interest of Russia, especially if Ukraine becomes part of it. So I'm starting to wonder, if you think about things, I'm starting to wonder if we, as the United States, our ridiculous government, didn't pick this fight for a reason. We're going on 2 years now with this war.
Correct.
And you would think that Russia had the ability to just put Ukraine under, real quick. Why didn't they? Do you think that maybe in the end Putin really doesn't want all of Ukraine? He just needed, the Crimean area, the Donbass region, and be like, all right, that's it, we're done. I really don't care about the rest. Because I kind of think if he really wanted it, he'd have taken it. I kind of wonder if his end goal isn't to just get us to just say, piss on it, we're done. And then he keeps what he took. And then that's it. Let the rest of it go, and who really gives a crap? That's kind of what I'm thinking his calculus is. Because if he really wanted all of Ukraine, he'd have taken that crap 1.5 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
At least that's just my opinion on it. So if you just go down, if you just continue on in that line of thought, are we picking that fight for a reason? Why is our government picking that fight? There's more to it than meets the eye here, I think. And as far as Biden with all of his compromises, for lack of a better term, meaning that, the Chinese got weight on them, Ukrainians got weight on them, Russians got weight on them. I mean, who the hell knows who else got weight on this guy?
Right. Well, let's pause there. Hold that thought. We hit the bottom of the hour news break, but we return after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. The special counsel prosecuting former President Trump wants the Supreme Court to immediately decide Trump's immunity claim. White House correspondent John Decker.
It may just decide, you know what, we're not going to step in at this point. Or it may say, you know what, this is a very important issue. We need to resolve this issue right now.
The Supreme Court said they will consider the expedited request. The Biden administration defends its veto of a UN resolution for an immediate Israel-Hamas ceasefire. They express concerns that a general ceasefire could empower Hamas leaders to control Gaza and plan future attacks on Israel. Israeli forces are engaged in clashes with Hamas fighters in Gaza's two largest cities today, marking the third month of the ongoing conflict. Simultaneously, Qatari officials are making efforts to resume negotiations for the release of hostages. John Schaefer, USA News.
President Biden recently released a massive $6 trillion budget, the largest budget in U.S. history. And guess who pays the bill? That's right, you, the American taxpayer. American citizens and business owners will be paying more taxes. That's a fact. And if you owe back taxes, they will be coming after you to collect payments. In fact, President Biden also hired thousands more IRS agents to go after you. If you got a letter from the IRS and you know you owe back taxes or you haven't filed in years, don't put your head in the sand. Call us today. We've saved our customers millions of tax dollars. One quick, free phone call will show you how we can reduce your past tax bill and save you thousands. Guaranteed, or you pay nothing. Call now.
800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. That's 800-511-6046.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, Call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Good to have Cue Ball on board. Been a while since we've chatted, and we were talking Ukraine. So Zelensky is going to be here today, meeting at the White House, and obviously going to have his hand out again, pleading, begging. Are we going to give him another $60 billion?
I sadly probably. You know, that's the thing with this guy. You know, there's a lot of crap about him that I don't trust. I mean, the media made him out to be like some kind of Winston Churchill or something early on, and then you start looking more deeper into things. And then Tucker had a whole thing about a American citizen being held over there in Ukraine because he spoke out while in Ukraine against the government there. So apparently Zelensky's got no trouble with jailing political opposition. He's got no trouble canceling elections. He always runs around in fatigues nowadays. He kind of reminds me of a certain colonel that used to run Libya back in the day. Remember him?
Muammar.
Yeah, he kind of, yeah. Zelensky's kind of looking like that now. Then he comes over here. I don't know how he was dressed today when he was doing his thing, but I mean, every other time he was over here, he's always in fatigues. I'm like, dude, the war's like over there, like on the other half of the world. You could put a suit and tie on over here. No one's shooting at you, pal. It's not like he's over there in any danger anyway, you know. So it's just like he likes that optics that he's a wartime, you know, president. I'm like, you know what? FDR fought World War II, couldn't even stand up, but still managed to do it, and wore a suit and tie while we were like, you know, to fight for our lives. So I mean, he's starting to come across like there's just something very wrong with the whole thing. I just can't quite figure it out. I think I still think our government's got a lot to do with it. I think it's kind of like everyone's in cahoots. I sometimes often wonder if like Zelensky and Putin aren't over there just sitting there yucking it up. Like, hey, listen, we're going to do this, you're going to do that, and we're going to plan for a bunch of fools, and we'll whack it up 60-40. Like whatever amount of money they don't spend on bullets and bombs or whatever else they use. It just makes you wonder. And even there, the aid we're sending them, it's not just weapons. It's just making the government payroll.
Right.
Like, you know what? Piss off.
Yeah, that's
like, what's up with that?
I've never heard of such a thing. Making sure all that their government offices are up and running, paying the employees.
I'm like, no, that's not what that's for. But we're just getting fleeced. But listen, like I was saying about Joe Biden, he's over there. Listen, Zelensky's got a file on him inches thick, I guarantee, with all the kind of buy-offs and bribes that's gone on with that family. China's got him, Russia's got him, everybody's got this guy, compromised. So everyone makes a thing about this upcoming election, whether he's going to make it through to be reelected or not. Everyone's thinking that they're gonna kick him out and then they're gonna run another Democrat candidate. I honestly don't think so. There's a lot of Democrats that want that to happen because obviously he's weak as can be. However, with that being said, I think foreign governments have put way too much in to just let that go. I think that in the end, the ones that pull the strings, the man behind the curtain, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
You pick which government. I'm not really sure. I tend to think China more than anybody else as far as who really controls this president. But I don't know. He controlled Gavin Newsom pretty good too, because it wasn't all that long ago Gavin Newsom was over there in China, right? And then not long after that, Chinese president comes to the United States, and Gavin cleans up San Francisco real quick and in a hurry, didn't he? I mean, he did it. I mean, all this crap, we can't clean up the homeless people. We can't get these vagrants off the street. Oh, President Xi comes over from China. Oh, boom, he cleaned them streets up real quick. And do you remember all the flags that were flying when that guy showed up? Where'd that come from? There wasn't too many United States flags flying there, was there? So a lot of Chinese flags flying there. What's with that? So I'm starting to wonder, how much does China really control this government? Specifically the Democrats.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I think that China is starting to invest in Newsom only in the fact that Biden physically might not actually make it. But he's bought and paid for. And China's the one I think's been paying it. So they're not going to let Joe just disappear. Why do you think they're doing this isn't the timing perfect with this new respiratory thing running around in China? It's almost like we've done this before. The timing is like impeccable. So it's kind of like, are they trying to that old gag again with the voting and the mail-in ballots and this, that, and the other?
Yep, deja vu.
That's just a little bit. So yeah, I don't think that they're willingly just going to let Biden go and let somebody else run. I think that they're going to try to drag him across the finish line as best they can. If they got to eggy it up again like they did the last time, then so be it. I think that's ultimately the plan. What's really scary is between now and then. It's like, what other kind of... I just don't think they're going to pull that one off again. They did COVID once. I don't think they're going to try that one again. I don't think they're going to create the mass hysteria that they did. So what else do they have up their sleeve? That's what worries me. I sit here and I wonder. But you start looking at, add that up, add Ukraine to it, and then the whole Hamas and Israel thing. I mean, I think about this. I remember back when 9/11 happened, how we were talking about, and so many were gung-ho about the Patriot Act, and I'm sitting there like, I don't know about that. That's a lot of power to give a government. And man, oh man, we just were losing left, right, and sideways
since 9/11, and then just COVID. I mean, when that hit, I mean, with our government, I mean, I'm sorry, that's the one thing that Trump's going to have a hard time convincing me with. Now, I'm still going for Trump 100%, but that's one big mistake he made. Is he let them talk him into the whole 15 days to slow the spread, then it turned into 45 days, turned into 2 years.
Right.
Somehow they got that one by him. But our government. Sorry about that. Our government just went full tyranny, with the flick of a switch, and nobody ever believed it could happen. Meanwhile, I'm sitting there thinking, really? What do you mean you didn't think it couldn't happen? You ain't been paying attention for the last 20 years, 19 years, since 9/11. You ain't paying attention? And then this whole thing, and then you got to scratch your head again with this whole thing with Israel. What in the world is going on? How did Israeli intelligence miss that?
Good question.
So they got to clean up that act. Yeah, they got to clean up that act to figure out whether they got overpaid intelligence people or whether somebody in that government decided to just kind of let stuff ride. I mean, we had to ask that about 9/11 too, so I'm not going to go here nor there with it, but somebody's got to answer for that, as far as I'm concerned. As far as Hamas goes, they just need to not be there anymore. I mean, that's just the simple thing. How to do that?
Yeah.
I don't know. But they were talking about, what do you do with the next generation of ones that hate you? You have to change their minds. It's kind of like, seriously, think about it. After we took over, after we beat the snot out of Germany, do we just let them keep going as we were letting them, as they were? Or do we have to, bring them back and, explain to them, no, you do this again, you're done. They had to, in Germany, they had to denazify the whole damn country. But they had to beat the ever-loving snot out of them to get them to realize, damn, we actually voted for that guy. Wasn't all that long ago. Now look at what's left. Probably don't want to do that again. Japan, after one boom, a second boom, oh, crap. We probably, the unconditional surrender, that meant they were not going to have the type of government that they had prior to World War II. That was part of the unconditional surrender. You had to beat them down so bad they didn't have the guts to even think about it again. That's how Israel has to do it. You've got to be more ruthless than them. That's a hard task, but that's how you do it. You make them understand you don't want to ever think about it. Look how bad you got it. Don't even think about it again. That's how you do it. You have to be ruthless. And until you're ruthless, your enemies continue to go on. And what does our government want to do? We want to keep on playing patty cake with these people. Think about it. Afghanistan, we played patty cake with them for 20 years. Now look who's got the country. 20 years of playing patty cake. That's all we did.
Throughout all those 20 years, constantly under the rules of engagement. My son dealt with that while he was there. I mean, can't fire if they come out of a building and they're armed and they just set their weapons down and try to walk away. You got to let them go. You can't. You know they're the enemy. You know they're going to come back and use those weapons to shoot you later if you don't take them.
Right. And what kind of nonsense is that? You put guys like your son and all these other soldiers and Marines and airmen and everybody else that was over there, and you put them at risk to play patty cake with these people for what purpose? F the money, it's only money. But you put a lot of people at risk. You got a lot of people killed, a lot of people injured so bad they probably were better off killed. Over what? Just to play patty cake with these people? And just to walk away? I mean, what in the hell is this nation been doing?
Yeah.
And that's part of the problem. I did want to touch base real quick on this. I was a little long. Now, I watched it on Rumble. It was not live, the Republican debate. Does people realize who was backing Nikki Haley? The BlackRocks, the Koch brothers, all these. Yep,
the big money. Yep.
And And Vivek just nailed her to the wall with that. He's like, listen, those are your donors. She's like, well, you're just jealous that I got big money donors. He's like, yeah, the problem is those big money donors, when they speak, you will do what they tell you to do. And those are not the people we need involved in Republican politics. And he just nailed her with it, absolutely nailed her with it. And I'm like, listen, when you've got BlackRock and the Koch brothers pushing Nikki Haley, it's like I remember laughing as soon as the news broke that the Koch brothers were backing her. I looked at Jen and I go, "That's an anti-endorsement." She's like, "What do you mean?" I go, "As soon as I hear that, I'm out." You know. And then the BlackRock thing too. I'm like, no.
And the Koch brother, the whole Koch deal. That we're talking millions and millions of dollars. I mean, big bucks. And they refused. They were the anti-Trumpers, right? Because Trump would not have to answer them. They couldn't buy him.
Right. And that's the thing. And that's why a lot of people didn't like Scott Walker when he was governor of Wisconsin, because he was solidly backed by the Koch brothers, too. That's what started really figuring out, like, who they were and what they were about. Sadly, even Rush Limbaugh used to talk good about these guys. But then when Trump came through, Rush didn't badmouth them. He just didn't have anything to say about them anymore. At least that's how I remember it. But I remember, like, yeah, I'm not. They're the big establishment guys, and they're not. I want nothing to do with them, you know, as far as that goes, because they're part of that, you know, Mitt Romney crony capitalism type of people. So yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm watching this whole thing with Nikki Haley. I'm just like, what are you trying to do? You trying to kill your own candidacy here? You know, I mean, in the end, it's like. That's the thing, too, with DeSantis. Man, I like DeSantis. I think he did a really good job in the last debate. But, again, the debates are basically useless at this point anyway. But DeSantis has to run because, I hate to say it, but Trump's an old man. There's nothing guaranteeing that something medically can't happen to him. Or somebody from the outside can't try to take him down physically. So I'm like, DeSantis has to run because he's got to be a viable number two. God forbid something happens to Trump. You follow what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So, and I love everything what DeSantis is doing. I mean, he's the only one. I made the joke to Jen. We're watching the debates, and I would pause and I would look at her. I go, he's the only guy that's got the stones in Florida to take on the House the Mouse built. I'm like, F that mouse and that crap he puts up with. I'm like, that's bull crap. You know, the whole Disney thing. I'm like, he's the only guy that's got the stones to take Disney on. I mean, he don't care. He'll just go right at it. So he's a populist guy too, from best I can tell. As far as I'm concerned, I want Trump for another 4 and DeSantis for 8 after that. That's the way I see it. But he's got to run. Christie, he's just there to go after Trump and look like a fool because he already looks. It's hard to look. Listen, after that beach chair picture, he can't look no worse. So he's trying, but he ain't got it done yet. But yeah, Nikki Haley, I think her goose is cooked as soon as people start looking into her and who's backing her. I think I think the MAGA crowd wants nothing to do with her, especially once you find out that she's being funded by this nation's enemies. So that's how that goes. But I'm just sitting here looking at the whole thing, and I'm like, man, between Israel, Ukraine, China messing around. And what's this here? That's the other thing, too. I wanted to touch base on that too quick, too. I know I got a lot of crap to go in my head. What is this nonsense that we're getting shelled by Iran proxies? Our troops are getting shot at?
Oh, yeah.
And we're doing nothing?
84 attacks on U.S. forces. I mean, the largest was over the past weekend, this past Sunday, when the U.S. Embassy in Iraq was hit, I believe, with 7 mortars at like 4 o'clock in the morning there. And yeah, what is our response been? What are we doing about it?
I'm like, okay, you know where those things are launched from. Why does that place still exist? Yeah, I mean, I remember. Syria started lobbing some crap on us, and Trump rolled an Arleigh Burke-class destroyer right up the Mediterranean, emptied it out on them.
What was that?
That was the last time anybody even tried that during the Trump administration.
That was.
I think it was Syria, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I think it was. Yeah, I believe so. And that was the chemical weapon. Was it the chemical weapons thing or what? I mean, that was like 42 Tomahawks, wasn't it? The cruise missiles.
Yeah, they emptied out an Arleigh Burke-class destroyer. It had to leave the Mediterranean to get rearmed because he emptied the ship. However many it carried, he shot them all. Every damn missile it had. They had to turn it around and send it back empty. Because, I mean, that was that. It's like, no, we're going to unload the ship on you. And then it was, what was the other one Trump did I like? That was the best thing. Boomers, the submarines that carry the intercontinental missiles, the nuclear missiles. I remember, I think it was the Ohio. If I remember, I can't remember which ship it was. It was either the Ohio or an Ohio class. And boomers normally don't make protocols. But that one did. That was in South Korea. And I remember CNN was going on and on about the fact that that ship had, basically shown its ass and made port. And they're like, wait a minute, that's not good. And I'm like, no. That was to show them you didn't see that. This is to tell North Korea at that time, you didn't see that ship until we showed it to you. Keep effing around. Keep effing around, buddy. Because you didn't see the ship until we showed it to you. In other words, we were right next to you, and you didn't know it. With real bombs that really go boom.
Right.
I think that's why they did that stuff. Think about it, because those ships don't go to foreign ports usually, but that one did. I'm pretty sure it was either Ohio or an Ohio class, but either way, I remember that too. And I remember, my point is, we need to get back to where it was like, you just don't mess with you just don't. I can't remember the song. You don't mess around with Jim. Jim was the big guy. He just didn't mess around. Granted, he got it in the end, but you know what I'm saying, though. It's like there's certain things you don't do. You just don't mess with the guy that's a little squirrely that might absolutely just decimate your day should you be stupid enough to, pull a swing on him.
Yeah.
I don't know. Nowadays we're just back to the old days of go ahead and take pop shots at us, buzz our jets, buzz our carriers, actually fire missiles at us, and we'll just not do nothing about it. Hello? I mean, I don't know. I'm just shaking my head at what's going on. I'm just like, man, oh man, this is bad. There's bad news all around.
Well,
but hopefully things are starting to change soon.
Can't we all just get along?
Clearly not. But since we can't get along, the stronger guy has to be the stronger guy to make sure everybody knows. The old saying, actually not that old, it's pretty new. FAFO. Really simple. We go back to that, our problems will be solved. We just got to get a guy with some moxie to do it. That's what we need.
Yep.
End of story. With that, I'll let you ride.
Cue Ball, good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in. Meanwhile, the Houthi rebels, they're doing their damnedest to try to reel the United States, to drag us into the conflict physically. The update, the confirmation from CENTCOM, a tanker ship traveling through the strategic Bab el-Mandeb Strait, separating East Africa from the Arabian Peninsula off the coast of Yemen, hit by a missile Monday. About the midnight local time Monday night. U.S. Central Command said the Strinda is the name of the ship, a Norwegian-owned and operated ship, was hit again about midnight local time, attacked by what is assessed to have been an anti-ship cruise missile launched from the Houthi-controlled area of Yemen. While passing through that strait, the Strinda, an oil and chemical tanker, part of the fleet of Bergen-based shipping firm Mawinkels Reederei, on its way to Italy. Chief executive confirmed the ship had been hit by a missile and caught fire. Fortunately, they say no injuries to any member of the crew who managed to extinguish the fire. Our focus has been and remains the safety and well-being of our seafarers on board. They did say the ship is now proceeding to a safe port, wherever that would be. Now, the Houthis did not immediately claim responsibility for the attack, although the Associated Press news agency reported rebel military spokesperson as to saying an important announcement would be made soon. The United Kingdom Maritime Trade Operations, a naval agency providing security alerts to ships, earlier reported there was a fire on an unidentified vessel about 15 nautical miles off the Yemeni port of Mocha. Well, those coordinates correspond with the last known location of the Strinda. CENTCOM did say the USS Mason had responded to the Mayday call and provided assistance. The USS Mason. The U.S. and France have stopped short of saying their ships have been targeted, but have said the Houthi drones have headed toward their ships and they've been shot down in self-defense. So the plot kind of thickens. Boy, an oil tanker hit by an anti-ship missile. That could have been ugly. How do you respond if they actually blow up a damn oil tanker? What kind of environmental disaster would that lead to? I mean, those big tankers, that'd be a... All right, so we're up to speed there, and that's kind of like developments early on this Tuesday morning. Meanwhile, we've got a news break coming up. We'll head into our final hour. Stick around. You want to jump on board? It is 844-844-3388. Steve Summers back with more after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. The Biden administration is defending its veto of a UN resolution for an immediate Israel-Hamas ceasefire. State Department spokesman Matthew Miller.
While we support humanitarian pauses, we think a ceasefire that would allow the leadership of Hamas that plotted and planned October 7th and future attacks is one that's unacceptable.
The veto, issued during a recent emergency UN Security Council meeting, has drawn criticism from global leaders and human rights groups amid escalating civilian casualties in Gaza. The White House is raising concerns regarding indications that Israel might have improperly utilized U.S.-manufactured white phosphorus munitions.
Anytime that we provide items like white phosphorus to another military, it is with the full expectation that it'll be used in keeping with those legitimate purposes.
National Security Council spokesman John Kirby told reporters today that the administration intends to question Israeli officials about these allegations. Increasing numbers of Americans are choosing to travel by plane or car during the holiday season, indicating a continued rebound from the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. AAA is forecasting that over 115 million Americans will travel at least 50 miles during the last 10 days of the year, marking the highest projection since 2019. Special counsel Jack Smith is urging the Supreme Court to promptly determine whether former President Trump is immune from prosecution regarding alleged efforts to overturn the 2020 election. Smith emphasized the imperative public importance of resolving this issue swiftly to ensure the prompt advancement of Trump's federal election interference case scheduled for March. The Supreme Court also dismissing cases that challenge COVID-19 vaccine mandates for executive branch employees and military service members, follows the president's repeal of the federal employee vaccine requirement in May and the Pentagon's repeal of its mandate in January. This is USA News.
Hey, here's a question. After you wear your clothes, you toss them in the washing machine, right? Nobody wants to wear dirty clothes. So how come you don't throw your shoes in the washing machine when they get dirty? I mean, come on. Your shoes are touching the filthy ground all day long. Gross. Well, with Skechers, you can. Because most Skechers are machine washable. That's right. Skechers are specially made so you can toss them right in the washing machine and keep them clean and looking new. And when they look new, you can confidently wear them longer. That's less shoes you're going to want to throw away, which means less waste. And it'll save you tons of dough. I love that. Plus, machine washable Skechers are for the whole family, men, women, and kids. So when your kids get their shoes dirty, and we know they will, just wash them. Brilliant. And even our latest technology, new hands-free Skechers slip-ins are washable. You just step right in and go without bending down or even touching your shoes. So give your Skechers the same treatment you give your clothes. Just toss them in the washing machine and keep them looking brand spanking new. Find machine washable Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear happens to be sold.
At least 6 people have been confirmed dead after tornadoes ripped through Middle Tennessee. Dave Collins has more.
3 of the victims were confirmed dead in the Nashville suburb of Madison. Nashville officials say they have teams assessing the damage and looking for victims after Saturday's tornadoes. 3 fatalities were also reported near Clarksville, where nearly 24 people have been reportedly injured.
The Air Force concluded that alleged leaker Jack Teixeira acted alone, even though they've disciplined 15 others for dereliction of duty. The investigation found the unit failed to respond adequately to Teixeira's intelligence-seeking activities. While there's no evidence of supervisor awareness, contributing factors to the leak involve insufficient inspection, inconsistent reporting of security incidents, and lack of supervision during night shift operations. In a special live event on Netflix next year, 2 prominent tennis stars, Rafael Nadal and Carlos Alcaraz, will face off in the Netflix Slam on March 3rd at the Michelob Ultra Arena in Las Vegas. The one-night exhibition will showcase additional players and matchups, with details to be announced by Netflix at a later date. A Rocky Mountain spotted fever outbreak in Southern California has resulted in 3 deaths, according to a December 8th health advisory from the CDC. The 5 reported cases all involved individuals who recently traveled to or lived in Tecate, Mexico. The CDC expressed concern about potential growth in the outbreak as more migrants are allowed to cross the border. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operation operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Now, as we get our final hour underway here on a Tuesday morning, left off talking about, yes, you know, the Houthi, the Iranian-backed Houthi rebels appear to be doing everything they can to try to broaden this into a more regional conflict there in the Middle East. As we shared the breaking news of the Strinda, the oil chemical tanker, being struck by a missile, catching fire. That's just days after France said one of their frigates in the Red Sea had downed 2 Houthi drones flying towards that vessel. This is just the latest case of Houthi missiles hitting commercial vessels. Now, we know on December 3rd, 3 missiles fired from the Houthi-controlled territory in Yemen struck 3 commercial ships in the Red Sea Sunday. According to Central Command, the Arleigh Burke-class guided missile destroyer, the USS Carney, in that case, responded to distress calls from 2 of those vessels, downing 3 drones approaching it. This past Saturday, in conjunction with the Army-Navy game, the Navy released a video supporting the Sea Service featuring vivid video of the Carney responding to Houthi attacks, as they have repeatedly attacked shipping in the Red Sea and launched missiles and drones at Israel. Several instances where U.S. naval vessels have also had to shoot down Houthi drones and missiles. So we get that final hour underway once again. See what's going on with, I do believe, Gilligan checks in this morning. Hello, Gilligan.
Good morning, Steve, and I thank you for taking my call. I'll tell you what, Cue Ball was right on quite a few points. Made a history of Ukraine. You know, Ukraine has been something that's been fought over for many years. I mean, we're talking back when the Soviet Union took power after the 1917 revolution, and then Stalin took over for Lenin. You probably heard these stories, how Lenin tried to starve. They literally starved the people of Ukraine out. I mean, they literally would go in, steal their winter clothes, take their food and everything, the food stores and everything. Those that didn't do that, the owners of the farm.
Oh, I think is that a connection issue? Let's try to get him back here real quick here. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388.
You are now in the host room.
Okay, hold on a second. Hang in there a minute, Gilligan. We'll have you back up and running here.
Recording is on.
There you go.
They could do it. Well, yeah, and you know how bad that went, I'm sure. Well, you know, people said that Ukraine turned and sided with Hitler. I mean, I cannot fault some of the Eastern European countries in a way. I mean, it's like they seen what Stalin had done. You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But they wasn't sure about Hitler. You stuck between people to me was both sadistic. I mean, they was both possessed by demons. You know, it's sickening what those 2 men done to that part of the world. Now you throw Putin in here. You know what? 80 years after World War II, roughly. Well, a little less actually. You know, end of it at least. You know, and Putin is here. He wants to beat these people down. He said he wants to restore the old Soviet Union. What a lot of people may not realize is, for about 30 years the former Soviet Union was under Stalin's control. I mean, the Soviet Union lasted, 75 years or something like that? No, wait a minute. Yeah, 85 years, about roughly 85 years. And 30 of those years was Stalin. And his cronies took over. Lenin wasn't no better to begin with, and then Stalin for 30 years and all that. We can remember Khrushchev. I don't remember seeing it, but I remember seeing videos of it. He was beating the shoe on the table. You know, we will beat you. I can't remember exactly, and your people will vote for it. You'll vote for communism, which is what's happening today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in this country.
Yes, exactly. You know, I mean, this stuff's been going on for decades. I mean, I hear people say, as far as Israel, you know, Israel needs to restrain. No, what needs to happen is Hamas needs to quit being cowards and quit hiding behind women and children. You know, it's sickening that they're constantly criticizing Israel, but they're the ones that was defending themselves to begin with, and these cowards just hide. You know, Cubo brought up about the deal with the rules of engagement in Afghanistan and Iraq. It goes back to Vietnam. And we'll look at Somalia. Look at all these major conflicts we've had since Korea, and in fact, in Korea there was still some of that. If I remember my history right, Harry S. Truman told MacArthur to fall back below the 38th parallel. You know, it's crazy. I mean, it's amazing how that we've tied our military's hands all these years, and then they wonder why we're under drone attacks from the rebels, you know, and all that. And it's like they're not scared of us. I hate to say it, but Bin Laden, that sick, twisted, whatever, was right. We almost are a paper tiger. We're a big, you know, we have a huge military force, but we're afraid to use it. And we're telling our allies to not use theirs. You know, the corruption in Ukraine, like you said, why are we sending money over there to pay for their offices, you know, pay for their
right.
administrative costs?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm at a loss. Steve, I'll tell you what, on a lighter side, I sent you some pictures of the GMA&B Enterprises skyscraper.
Yeah, that's something. That's something special. I like the air support you have overhead there. Yes.
Yeah, we got two in the front and one on the roof. I'll tell you what, it is well protected this Christmas. For those of you who don't see, I put it on the fan page. I got Snoopy in Woodstock in his biplane, and I got two reindeer standing in front of it, and it is all the glow and lights. Well, that's about all I got, Steve. Yeah, I hope everybody has a safe night and take care.
All right, Gilligan, thanks for checking in. Yeah, that's, what do you call, redneck ingenuity, stringing up those Christmas lights. Being out there on the road, right? It's pretty much inevitable. Everybody gets, well, most everybody, some people are luckier than others, but yeah, everybody gets sick now and then. And when you're 1,000 miles from home and you need to seek some medical attention, what are you going to do? Interesting report where apparently there are some states you would rather not find yourself needing to seek a medical diagnosis more than others. New York has been ranked the worst state for medical malpractice in the country. According to the report, data looking at the number of medical malpractice cases in all 50 states going back from 1990 to this year, showing that states in the Northeast were the most likely to misdiagnose or fail to treat patients properly. The reason I pulled the rest of the story up is, I just kind of wondered, in our conversations, going back months ago with Heatwave, remember when his wife was having issues and he was taking her to the hospitals there in New Mexico. and saying, got it wrong, and ended up when they were headed to the Mid-America Truck Show there in Louisville. Ended up, sadly, in the hospital there. He didn't get to enjoy much of the show there back earlier this year, but his wife got a much better treatment there. So I said, I'm just kind of, where does New Mexico fall as far as, because he didn't have a whole lot of fond things to say at all about the medical institutions there in New Mexico. The worst states in the country where you're going to be misdiagnosed or not treated properly, number 5 is none other than New Mexico. They are the top 5. New Mexico, Michigan at number 4, New Jersey number 3, Pennsylvania at number 2, the worst state, as we mentioned, New York State. On the other end of the spectrum, the best states, I guess where you're going to get the more often than not the proper diagnosis or treatment, North Dakota at number 5, Arkansas 4, Alaska at number 3, Oregon at number 2, Alabama at number 1. Now, they say that when you're talking medical malpractice, that's a legal action that alleges a doctor or healthcare professional was negligent, failed to perform their basic duties, or caused a patient to die or become injured needlessly. This can include missed or late diagnosis, bungled operations, or dangerous prescription mix-ups. The report calculated the number of cases alongside the number of doctors and other healthcare workers in each state, then took an average to determine how many occurred for each practitioner. Researchers found that New York took first place with nearly 65,000 cases of medical malpractice among 51,500 doctors. Pennsylvania and New Jersey followed close behind. Alabama, meanwhile, was deemed the safest state, averaging just 0.151 reports of malpractice per practitioner. I don't know, for what it's worth. I guess if you're going to come down with some sort of an ailment, you might rather be in Alabama versus the likes of New York.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, I was just scrolling down here and I came across one of our listening friends, Michael Cooper. Michael's a regular listener to the show. He pretty much shares the link to the Overnight Drive to his Facebook page on a regular basis. This past morning, I just happened to come across a post he had made where his brother apparently passed away over the weekend. So said, say a prayer for Michael. I actually posted a comment there. I mean, yeah, to lose a sibling, yeah, or anyone for that matter, yeah, parents, loved one, whoever it might be, it's difficult any time of year, but yeah, it's the holidays. And I said, everybody's supposed to be, in a happy, jovial mood right now this time of year. And yeah, losing a brother just days before Christmas. So obviously he'll be attending a funeral, and there will be one empty seat at the Christmas dinner table there. So thanks for being a listener, Michael, there. Appreciate it. And prayers for you and the family during an undoubtedly difficult time. 5-7, hey there.
Oh, yeah. I got a little fun. My brain's easy, from the call earlier. I appreciate you taking my call. But I do want to add this in their slide deck. Can you imagine Hillary Clinton wiggling her way into the Biden administration? Maybe if she gets in there and wiggles her way in and befriends Biden, and boost his numbers up above that of Trump, and then there you go, you'll have your vice president there. So that's just one thought.
Your mind's clicking. Your mind's a-ticking away.
Yeah, she's doing what she can to get back in the game. And I thought, the Secretary Austin, boots on the ground in Europe, if we don't give Ukraine all this money. I'm thinking, that's just sexist side of it. Hey, Austin's the one that's been chasing out all the Trump supporters, i.e. what he considers, racist and white supremacists and everything. This is Austin's military, right? So, and I thought, well, they do make stiletto boots. Can you imagine the look on Russian faces when they look up? You got 50 drag queens jumping out of the C-130. Lord have mercy. They're going to run for it. Now think about it. All right, they're joining the military to get sex change operations, transgender, and they have to have a mental evaluation every month. They have to go through that way their mind can catch up with what they did to their body, which I never could figure out how you could put transgender on a submarine when it's underwater for 6 months. Of course, maybe that submarine in South Korea needed somebody needed some counseling. But here you go. You got a transgender military lands in there, and they're fighting in Russia, and they get captured. Does that mean the Russians are going to have to provide the mental evaluation treatments for the captured soldiers?
Wow.
So we are talking about, we're talking about Secretary Austin's military and what they're done to our military. So, maybe boots on the ground, and the only way they're going to do it is start the draft. But maybe boots on the ground will be the only way to clean up our military from this stuff. In my recollection, in my Navy, in my military, I rode up from up to Jacksonville, Florida, with 5 men from Brevard County, and one of them come to me and said, "Well, I'm going home." And I said, "What for?" He said, "Stick your hands straight out." And I did. He said, "Palms down. Now flip your hands around, palms straight up in the air." And he could only go halfway with one arm. And I said, "And they're sending you home for that?" And he said, "Yep." They said, "Ships are full of valves, and you got to be able to operate your arms and your hands properly." See, in my Navy, you had to qualify yourself to be joined. At any time, they could send you home. So, if you don't know what ship to park your dry dock in, then maybe you shouldn't be going into the military in the first place.
Yeah.
But
hey, sharing the story. Sharing the story I shared a few minutes ago about these these vessels coming under attack over there in the Red Sea. What do you think is like to be on one of those, like the USS Mason or the USS Carney in that region right now, receiving these calls? I mean, everything's got to be like on full high alert, watching for something, incoming drones, incoming missiles. Yeah, what's it like to be on a destroyer right about now over there?
I'll tell you what, you're on high alert. You're on edge, because if you get a hit in that building, you can't get out. If it catches on fire, you have to put the fire out yourself. And Cue Ball was right. It was 2 Arleigh Burke destroyers that we sent in, and they sent 30 missiles apiece. 60 missiles were shot, cruise missiles. 1 fell to the sea. And by the way, when Trump had them do that, Russia cleared out the warm water ports. But we only did 1 police action. I can tell you this: there's a lot of guys that used to make fun of me when I'd say my prayers at Chow. There was a lot of guys that cornered me when we had to cruise off of Libya. Libyan Navy was challenging a U.S. Navy research vessel, and the captain said, "We are not going to allow a USS Pueblo on our watch."
Mm-hmm.
And we cruised up alongside of that ship, and those Libyan destroyers all scattered out of range, but escorted us through the remaining part of the waters. But I remember, you get serious. You realize what you're there for, and you learn your job really, really well. But you got to keep that thing afloat. That's the only thing that's going to get you home. But well, the main thing is what are we doing about it? Every time they get away with something, it just invites the next, it invites the next hit. You can't turn your cheek to these. So just prayers for our U.S. military and for what. Hey, by the way, you do know Ted Cruz challenged, Secretary Austin about Air Force bases using taxpayer money and on the drag queen story hours, right? But you want to know what was sort of common and made sense? General Milley didn't have a clue.
I didn't see that coming. Hey, we got about a minute away from news break here, 27 past the hour, and it is 844-844-3388. Quick reminder, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive, whether it's storing lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, anything that may be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. Yeah, most people would be highly surprised how quickly gas begins to go bad, or stale, as they call it. Sta-Bil Storage, on the other hand, keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. So when you're going to stow it away, store that engine the right way, obviously with Sta-Bil. There you go. So we'll take care of the news break here and see if Eagle's hanging in there. Vic going to be checking in as well, and it's 844-844-3388.
USA News Update. The special counsel prosecuting former President Trump wants the Supreme Court to immediately decide Trump's immunity claim. White House correspondent John Decker.
It may just decide, you know what, we're not going to step in at this point. Or it may say, you know what, this is a very important issue. We need to resolve this issue right now.
The Supreme Court said they will consider the expedited request. The Biden administration defends its veto of a UN resolution for an immediate Israel-Hamas ceasefire. They express concerns that a general ceasefire could empower Hamas leaders to control Gaza and plan future attacks on Israel. Israeli forces are engaged in clashes with Hamas fighters in Gaza's 2 largest cities today, marking the 3rd month of the ongoing conflict. Simultaneously, Qatari officials are making efforts to resume negotiations for the release of hostages. John Schaefer, USA News.
President Biden recently released a massive $6 trillion budget, the largest budget in U.S. history. And guess who pays the bill? That's right, you, the American taxpayer. American citizens and business owners will be paying more taxes. That's a fact. And if you owe back taxes, they will be coming after you to collect payments. In fact, President Biden also hired thousands more IRS agents to go after you. If you got a letter from the IRS and you know you owe back taxes or you haven't filed in years, don't put your head in the sand. Call us today. We've saved our customers millions of tax dollars. One quick, free phone call will show you how we can reduce your past tax bill and save you thousands. Guaranteed, or you pay nothing. Call now.
800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. That's 800-511-6046.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I'm thinking for most around the country, most have long forgotten all those impacted by the devastating fires in Hawaii. In the heart of Lahaina, the historic town, the island of Maui, that burned in that deadly wildfire, killing at least 100 people, finally reopened this past day to residents and business owners, those that held what they call day passes. Kind of an emotional milestone for victims of the fire, but there's a lot of work to be done. Still looking to clear properties of burned debris and the process of beginning to rebuild. The reopened areas include the Banyan Tree Park, home of the 150-year-old tree that burned in the fire, but it has sprouted new leaves. the public library, an elementary school, and some popular restaurants. An oceanfront section of Front Street where the fire ripped through the traffic jam of people trying to escape the fire reopened this past Friday. Authorities continuing to recommend people entering those scorched lots wear protective gear to shield them from hazards. The health department released test results confirming the ash and the dust left by the fire is indeed toxic, and that arsenic is the biggest concern. Arsenic is a heavy metal that adheres to wildfire dust and ash, according to the department. They examined ash samples collected November 7th and 8th from 100 properties built from the 1900s to the 2000s. Some samples showed high levels of lead, which was used in paint for houses built before 1978. Cleanup, they say, is still in the early stages. For the past few months, the EPA has been removing batteries, propane tanks, pesticides, and other hazards from the town's more than 2,000 destroyed buildings there. Meanwhile, residents and business owners have been able to visit their properties after the EPA's finished clearing their lots, and in some cases, residents, often wearing white full body suits, masks, and gloves, have actually been able to find some family heirlooms and mementos after sifting through the charred rubble of what was once their homes. The Army Corps of Engineers will begin hauling away the remaining debris and take it to a landfill if it gets the permission from the property owners, they say. But wow, after all this time. Eagle, we're hanging in there.
Yeah, I'm still here.
What's going on, Eagle?
Yeah, Steve. Yeah, I really hope that one of these drones or these missiles or whatever the hell these guys are shooting doesn't hit one of these Navy ships over there, U.S. ships, because I think that if something real bad, I don't think they're gonna be able to get to one of our ships because we got too much technology and that can shoot these things down before they get there, get to the ship. So they're gonna have to be real lucky, get a lucky shot in, to try to do some damage or sink one of these ships. But like a lot of your callers have been saying tonight, Steve, U.S. needs to take action to put a stop to it because they're gonna keep doing what they're doing. Because they don't like the United States. Iran president over there, he would love to something bad to happen to the United States, whether it be a attack on U.S. soil or any other country. He's a dangerous man, and you can't never let that guy get his hands on a nuclear weapon, because if he does, you can best believe he's gonna use it. Unfortunately. But I tell you one thing, Steve. A lot of your callers, are saying a lot of things that I said, Pappy, and about the situation with the Ukrainian president coming to the White House. This endless money for this endless war. This could go on. This could go on. If Biden was, I hate to say this. Well, I don't hate to say it, but I'll tell you, Steve, if Biden was to stay in the White House for another 4 years, it wouldn't surprise me if he continued paying Ukraine for another 4 years in the damn White House, with its endless war. So that's another reason to get Biden out of the White House, because you could best believe if Trump was in the White House. I wonder if Ukraine would ask money if Trump was in the White House. I already know what that answer is, because Donald Trump would slam the door in his face because he wouldn't be invited to the White House. So he better enjoy it while he can, because that money will come to a real stop the day one Trump step in that White House, if he was to step back in. And one other thing before I hang up with you, Steve, about this situation with that happened. Let's see, what the hell was that? Okay, I'm gonna give you another example of I heard one of your breaks. They talking about a new outbreak of some kind of disease coming out of Mexico with these immigrants. Another reason to shut the border down. These people are not being checked. They're not being vetted. They're walking right in with all kind of diseases. And I'm gonna give you one other example. It happened in Texas again. I gave you an example earlier this summer, Steve, of a undocumented individual killing a young girl. Well, guess what? It happened again in Texas. A 16-year-old girl, a cheerleader, was killed this week. Last week by an undocumented man from out there. I forgot what country. I think you might have went over that story. I don't know. But the 16-year-old girl was found in her bathtub, stabbed to death by an undocumented man that wasn't supposed to be in the country to begin with. But for those of the people out there who don't think the border should be closed down, another example of why it should. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
Thank you so much, Eagle. Have a great morning. Let me jump over to Vic. What do you say, Vic?
There's a lot of stuff going on in the world, but, last night when we were talking about artificial intelligence and tonight you were talking about malpractice lawsuits, after I got off after you went off the air last night, I was watching one of the network news, and they said that artificial intelligence wasn't ready for prime time in the medical field because they were making a lot of misdiagnoses. So I did. So when you were talking about all that, and I don't know about you, but it's next to impossible for me to get to a doctor. It's usually a nurse practitioner or physician assistant or anybody but an actual doctor, it seems like anymore. But what I called in about was when you look at Trump and you look at Biden, and I've been totally mystified by that lawsuit that they're having up there in New York with that Letitia James, because I was just kind of refreshing my memory, and Trump had borrowed a lot of money from Russia and from Deutsche Bank, and Deutsche Bank had also loaned money from Russia. And all that was went over and looked at, during the whole Trump Russian collusion delusion thing. And I'm trying to figure out exactly what New York law she dug up that says that Trump committed some sort of a illegality, I guess. But how did he break the law? Because everything I seen was that was pretty much common real estate practices in New York, and that's what everybody was saying. And that's and it looks like that basically she's, this Letitia James, she's just trying to continue the Trump Russian collusion thing whenever it came up, empty-handed and all that. And by the same token, Biden, who, as far as I know, their family produces nothing, has no business, they're taking money from China all over the place, and also from Russia. I mean, Ukraine there. And Ukraine, when they went into Ukraine, when Russia went into Ukraine and we started supporting them, there's a protocol that goes with that. I don't care where we go to war. They're supposed to audit all the stuff that we're sending there. And, even at that, billions always get stolen from us. And years ago, it was a John Birch Society. I don't know if you're familiar with that or not. But they said that we were going to be fighting endless wars. And whenever the business people decided that they wanted socialism, which now they call crony capitalism, we were pretty much defeated. And the question is, could we outlast them or not? So this is where we are now arrived at. You have all these businesses, woke businesses or whatever, and they're right in with Biden there. And Biden's coming up with all this, what they call it, DEI, diversity.
Yes,
I don't know,
equity and inclusion, diversity, equity, inclusion. Yes,
right. And that's amazing for everything, even for people in business. And it's like, well, wait a minute, you are the best people you can to be in business, and our military is kind of turned into to a joke, and they wonder why they can't recruit anybody if it get back to, actually attracting people that wanted to fight. And then another thing too, a lot of people that before they go to the military, they've been a part of, the Scouts or Civil Air Patrol or something. And all of those organizations have been pretty well, hollowed out. So there's a lot of stuff that Biden is promoting. And then tonight, I seen that they're actually giving people coming across our border a plane ticket to wherever they want to go, a Visa card loaded up with $5,000. I don't know. There were several different things, and it's like, well, you're somebody down in South America or any place in the world, and if you can find your way and get into the United States, you're going to have good housing and money.
Mm-hmm.
Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you be here?
Yep.
Now you contrast that with Trump when he said you're going to have to wait someplace else. Wait in Mexico or something of that nature, and you're going to have to prove that you really need asylum. And then he went to all those people that we'd poured billions of dollars into in Central America, and they were supposed to help prevent this problem in the first place. And he just basically told them, if you're not going to create a better life for your people in your country so they stay there and don't come to America, we're just going to cut off your money. So, I mean, the United States has been hemorrhaging money in this foreign aid thing for years and years. We've tried the carrot, we've tried the stick, and it doesn't work because they all just try to get to America. And that's, I don't know what they might be trying to do right now, but I think Cuba just pretty well mentioned that when he said that foreign powers have invested too much money in Biden to let him go willingly. And I have to agree with that. And on the other hand, when you have Trump there, he had no problem, using our military power. And the Saudi Arabians, they've been fighting over there, those Houthis in Yemen, for years. People tried to criticize them, and I believe it was the coal that they blew up over there years ago.
Yes.
And the captain was told to go in there to refuel, and they actually put that captain. It really isn't funny, but that captain had to withstand a hearing, and it's like, well, you didn't tell me not to go there, and they were having all that trouble, and I believe they floated a boat up next to it or blew it up or something.
Yep.
And he had to put into port there to refuel, and then he really didn't need to refuel, and they said, well, yeah, you could have refueled someplace else or even refueled at sea. So, and basically for other people to cover the CYA, they put the captain on hearing. I never did know how it finally came out, but I know his career was over after that. And other people made the decision. And I don't believe something like that would have happened under Trump. And well, in the first place, I don't believe that the attack would have even happened. And when you look at what all that Trump was doing, and his company did a lot of business with the Russian oligarchs and all that. Everybody knew that. They knew when he ran for office, but they could never say that the Russians actually colluded with Trump to help him win the election. Did the Russians want him to win the election? And did they do what they could to help him? Absolutely, because they didn't like Hillary Clinton. Remember, Hillary Clinton is the person as Secretary of State that went over there and deposed a duly elected Ukrainian leader that was pro-Russian and installed the anti-Russian leader. And that is well documented. So, no, Putin had no love at all for Hillary, and he didn't want to see her win the presidency. But that's a big difference between, people all around the world. They've been interfering in our elections, and we've interfered in theirs to try to get the people that we want in office. Mm-hmm. So the simple fact of the matter is we went through 4 years of all this thing. Well, you had that Schiff out there. Well, I've got the goods. I've got the goods. I've got the goods. Well, he didn't. And now that Biden is basically dealt with with the Chinese and these other people. He's obviously taken money from somewhere. I mean, this money just didn't grow on trees, so he had to get the money from somewhere. But what exactly does he do? The only thing I know is he lobbies for foreign governments, and you're supposed to be registered for that.
Yep.
So my only thought is that when you look at all they did to Trump, and still trying to do to Trump to keep him out of the Oval Office, and what Biden is doing, I really don't see any difference between the two, except we know what Trump was doing with his money. There was a company called Bayrock Group. It was all done legally. It was done according to our laws and according to Russian laws, and nobody seems to know, Biden's family seems to be loaning a lot of money to each other. But
you think?
I don't know what they did. Yeah, but where did that money come from? So that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
If Biden would happen to get back in there, and another thing too is Trump won his election 2016 fair and square, and there weren't some I don't know how many million people were killed in that COVID, and they still have election going on. And real quick, there's a woman that she's actually a newscaster, I think was from Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh or someplace, but she's now on one of the Newsmax programs, Wendy Bell. She was banned for life from YouTube also because she read a CDC report on air where they gave some people over in India ivermectin, and they all were pretty well cured.
Yeah,
and for that she got banned from YouTube.
I think just last week, our courts came down and said you cannot tell doctors they cannot prescribe ivermectin for COVID treatment anymore. That came down this past week. I know. What he was referring to about illegals coming and getting a plane ticket and a $5,000 Visa card, that is a campaign advertisement that was put out by, how do you pronounce it? Pinal, P-I-N-N, I believe, A-L, Pinal County, the sheriff there in Arizona last week. We shared that audio on the program. Now, whether they're all getting $5,000, Grump said some of them are getting $1,500. They might get $2,000. I guess some of them are indeed getting $5,000 and a plane ticket to where do you want to go? Into the heart of the United States.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with this individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
All right, in our final few minutes here, let me jump over to, is there anyone out there, anyone that has no clue about the Jeffrey Epstein flight logs? Come on, this has been in the news for how many years now? It's been kept secret. Who was it that actually flew down to Epstein Island, to Sex Island? Got a load of Dick Durbin this past day. Dick Durbin claims he's completely ignorant of Epstein's flight logs. Over the past month, there has been a renewed push to obtain the list of passengers who flew on those infamous private flights, the Lolita Express. As we all know, Epstein and his business partner, convicted sex trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell, using the plane to fly celebrities, politicians, and underage girls around the world. Of course, after his arrest, July of 2019, federal authorities were posed to use the passenger manifests to investigate the extent of the sex trafficking. But that apparently died with his untimely jail demise. You know, he hung himself. Well, fortunately, Marsha Blackburn, the senator from Tennessee, is trying to resurrect it and pushing for the Senate Judiciary Committee to subpoena the flight logs. But according to Blackburn, Durbin, who actually chairs the Judiciary Committee, he's blocking the effort. Fox correspondent Hillary Vaughn confronted Durbin last week over that. Durbin claimed he had no idea what's going on. She said, "Can I ask you a quick question? Why don't you subpoena Jeffrey Epstein's flight logs?" He said, "I don't know anything about his flight logs. But why don't you subpoena them? Why don't you want to know?" He said, "I don't know the issue. I know who Epstein was, but I certainly don't know anything about the issue." Are you serious? She tried to explain to him, and he said, "Well, this has never been raised to me by anybody." And she fact-checked him. He said, "No, Blackburn is pushing to get the records, and you are actually aware because you're actively blocking the subpoena request." I mean, playing dumb to that extent after all this time. All right, we close things out right there here on a Tuesday morning. Have a great day. Be safe, and we'll see you at the midnight hour Eastern Time tonight.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling.